Showtime. Showtime. Game time. Like Kobe Bryant said. Game time. Hold on for a second, guys. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna show you my favorite Kobe Bryant clip of all time. And I hope people don't take this personal. This is my favorite Kobe Bryant video of all time. My favorite one. Let me see. Can I share it? Here we go. Here we go. Think I can yes, sir. Here we go. Let me see if I can share this real quick. Let me see if I can share. This is my favorite Kobe Bryant clip of all time, man. I love this clip. Fair use, by the way. Fair use. Yo, Kobe is I'll say this. Kobe Bryant, when he was alive, that boy was deranged, boy, when he was playing. Like, I'll say this, when Kobe, no disrespect, but I had my personal gripes with Kobe for some of the stuff he would do. But looking back, some of the stuff was funny. And when he was alive, I did find this particular clip funny. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Doesn't get any more brilliant than that. Because I remember when that clip came out and people were saying, yo, Kobe Bryant's a bully. And I was like, really? I was like, really? Okay. I was like, he's a bully for this? Okay. I didn't know that, but all right. Oh man. I'm like, that's considered bullying? Okay. Let me see if I can look at the comments though. I don't know if I can look at the comments in this one. Somebody said Jeremy Lin looked like he wanted to cry. Charming. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh man. I'll say yeah. Rest in peace to Kobe Bryant. Yeah, definitely. Rest in peace to Kobe Bryant, man. Somebody said surprise nobody ever just decked him in his. Well, yeah. Didn't what's his name? Childs? Didn't Childs punch Kobe in the game? Or try to punch Kobe in the game? It was like something Childs. I forgot his name. But yeah, Kobe got tried. I'm not surprised about that. I'm not surprised about that. Oh, hold on for a sec. Did I watch this video? Hold on for a sec. I'm seeing something crazy.
Sucked because we ended up being.
Said Jeremy Lin details his beef with Kobe Bryant. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to watch that later. I probably have watched that before, but I'll have to watch that later. I'll have to watch that later. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. See if I can put up that banner or that overlay up real quick. I'm so mad I can't find the original picture of this. Hold on, and let's make sure I got my, because we're gonna dive in deep into this. Pause. because I got the whole right here. This is from the McCainInstitute.org. The threat landscape, incel and misogyny. Let me see. Oh, I still hold on. My bad. So I got the whole handbook. The threat landscape, incel and misogyny, a violent extremism. So I got this whole thing. They got handbooks of this stuff, bro. They got off what they think the manosphere is and what they've delved into their research. This is why nothing is getting done. Because up in this space. This is crazy. What is the purpose of this document? These read-ahead materials provide an overview of incel, misogyny, violent extremism in the U.S. and is informed by both desk-based and ethnographic research rather than compromising in exhaustive deep dive into extreme misogynistic movements. This document provides high-level insights about the contours and narratives that underpin these complex movements, which may help practitioners as they incorporate TVTP into their work. This information pack provides an introduction to the manosphere, an overview of different misogyny communities, and a run-through prevalent narratives and terminology, a look at how violent misogyny may overlap with other forms of targeted violence, challenges with responding to incels and misogyny violence, a glossary of terms and phrases, and further reading recommendations. This is ridiculous. This was a GD work. This is a workshop where they have the terms and the definitions. So we're going to go through all of that. We're going to go through all of that. How ridiculous this stuff is. This is ridiculous. Oh man. Let's put the list up back real quick. Let's see if in the meantime, if I can find hold on. I need to find a video. What's it? Let me see. Simon Nakwajala. I think that was his name. This last. Yeah, Kagwa. Simon Kagwa Jala. Oh man. Simon Kagwa. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. But people got to do their research on Simon because he's hilarious. And really, people just think he's just the alphabet community person. It's just when he does his interviews, he just wastes no time. He's just like this guy is anti beating around the bush. No foreplay. No foreplay. He just goes straight in. No foreplay. Let me see. Let me see this. I gotta find because he did. I remember he did do something. Um, AJ sent me a video where he did an interview with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate got Simon on his show. I'm not trying to show that, but I'm trying to show his just his interview style. It's just hilarious how he just the way he doesn't beat around the bush.
Dr. Miria Matembe, a politician in her category, a woman activist, and a preacher. Good to have you.
I told you I'm a senior citizen in this country. This activism thing, I don't want to hear it again. I'm a senior citizen, a child of God. Good evening. Good evening, viewers. How long shall I
Who
teach you?
baptized you that
What?
rank of a senior citizen?
God.
Where is your seniority?
In this brain, in the age, in the work I have done in this country, in everything.
He said, "Who baptized you that?"
Dr.
Rank of
Miria
seniority.
Matembe.
That's hilarious as hell, bro. That's hilarious, man. Oh, hold on for a sec. My things was still hiding. I gotta learn how to. I might have to learn how to. That's gonna get me in trouble. Right here.
Politician in her category, a woman activist, and a preacher. Good to have you.
I told you I'm a senior citizen in this country. This activism thing, I don't want to hear it again. I'm a senior citizen, a child of God. Good evening. Good evening, viewers. How long shall I
Who
teach you?
baptized you that
What?
rank of a senior citizen?
God.
Where is your seniority?
In this brain, in the age, in the work I have done in this country, in everything.
Dr. Miria Matembe, a politician in her category, a woman activist, and a preacher. Good to have you.
I told you I'm a senior citizen in this country. This activism thing, I don't want to hear it again. I'm a senior citizen, a child of God. Good evening. Good evening, viewers. How long shall I
Who
teach
baptized you that
What?
rank of a senior citizen?
God.
Where is your seniority?
In this brain, in the age, in the work I have done in this country, in everything.
Man, shout out to Simon. Shout out to Simon, man. Shout out to Simon. Let's start with the first story of today. I'm trying to make this short. I'm not trying to extend this pause. I'm trying to make this short because I do have a strict time schedule. Let's see here. I do have a strict time schedule. I don't want to go too in. Pause. I think I'll do like 2 or 3 stories before I go in. No, I do not want to go over the OnlyFans model. I'm looking at my stories right now. I'm like, nah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. You know, which ones do I do want to do? Okay. Okay. We'll start off with something lighthearted. Let's start off with something lighthearted. And then we'll do the Drew of what's her name? Afwalo, whatever. We'll do Afwalo next, and then we'll do the Predator story, and then we'll get into the main topic. But first, let's start off with something lighthearted.
My other victim type, thanks for asking.
This is a female comedian by the name of Danielle Delfino. Just let's just take a listen. Let's just take a listen.
My other victim type, thanks for asking, is bald babes. And I don't gotta ask where they are because they're always reflecting. Bobby, I noticed you when I came in. There was a big glare, and I was like, "What is that?" And your Bobby friend behind you, We got 2 for 1 at this table. 3. Where's the third one? He's at. Oh, no, you don't know what's under his hat. What's under your hat, bro? He's got hair. He's getting there though. Give him a few years. My other victim type, thanks for asking, is
This is a disgrace, man. I can't believe this. I cannot believe. This is why these comedy, this is why putting people like this on stage, this is why the comedy scene is not doing what it's supposed to do. Like, this is why these comedy clubs are struggling. I mean, bruh, what do we do? What is this? Somebody said, he said, this is a disgrace to, it's a disgrace. Oh, Lord. But I want you to see the comment section of this, man, because I was laughing. This comment section had me crying. It said female comedians is an oxymoron. I've often said the same thing. I have often said this. Somebody said I had to mute this to read the comments. Now, these people in the comment section are way funnier than this broad. But the funny thing is, if we went on stage, we would not get no laughs. Even if we came up with some nice jokes, we would not get no laughs, because people, when a man goes up there, they're looking for that man to actually make jokes. But when a female comic goes up, they just it's so much like sympathy laughs, and it's not even like real like. But I'll say this: Corey Holcomb did say on one of his shows, I think last year or the year before that, he said that he went to a comedy club and he was saying that a very famous female comedian by the name of Jess Hilarious, when she went on, there were people asking for refunds on their food because they're just like, I'm not paying for this because of what they saw on stage. Now, the way Corey Holcomb was describing it, I'm like, he's not lying about this. He's not. They're like, I remember I went to the Corey Holcomb comedy show in Hartford, and the security guard was saying like, he basically was saying all the so-called famous people that are big names, like he said basically, he said DL Hughley came in and he didn't do well. Nobody was really feeling him like that. That's what those are the people you really got to listen to, like the security guards, whatever, that you be asking for. He was asking us, he was like, who are people that I can watch? And he said that I saw a lot of people show up for this guy. I don't even know who he is, but it looks like Corey Holcomb has a following. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I said, next time Corey Holcomb comes to Hartford, watch it. Yo, look at this comment. He said an AIDS diagnosis is funnier than this. That's wild. Yo, that's wild. That's wild. I'm trying to look for the somebody just repeated what she said. Poppy, I noticed when you came in. What is that? Like, this is like her comedy is something that you would see off of a Family Guy skit. Like, it's not no cap. Yo, look at this comment right here. He says, when her Hinge profile says probably funnier than you. Now that's funny. Somebody said, at least she's pretty. We got to stop saying that. We got to stop saying that. Talking about at least she's pretty. Because I'll say this, there are some young women that are actually funny that could do well, but because of their looks, they can't move up in the game, and they get their jokes stolen from because their looks are not a certain way, particularly black women. If their looks are not a certain way, they can't really move up in the game, in the comedy game, like they can. So we got to stop saying that, oh, at least she's pretty. Bro, we can't be doing this in 2024. Somebody said she did something to get on stage. I'll say this because of the simping that goes on. I don't even think she did. I don't even think she did, even though it's most likely she did. But the way that the simps be doing business nowadays, I don't even think she did. It's probably a good possibility that she didn't. Let's hit the banner real quick. Well, sorry, let me see the brand real quick. I don't know why my has it always been this big? Pause. I'm looking at. There we go. Or should I make it a little like this? Pause. That because that thing is huge. Yo, yeah, that thing is huge. Ooh wee. I don't want the chat that big. Pause. It depends, but anyway. I was like, damn, that joint is huge.
Is bald babes. And I don't gotta ask where they are because they're always reflecting.
I don't want to hear this no more. Florida girl, she says. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm looking at her. Wait, hold on. I know this guy, Dave Lucas. Let me see something. She said, I opened for Dave Luke. Now, I know who Dave Lucas is. So she's opening for Dave Lucas. Stop smashing this chick. Hey, let's not be stupid here. Oh my god. He's smashing his chick. I know who Dave. I know first of all, I know who Dave Lucas is. He's he's a person that I've seen him on the 5150 show. I've seen him talk to Corey Holcomb and have these discussions. And first of all, Corey Holcomb has exposed way too much of the game or the comedy game in general. So yeah, she bruh. Dave Lucas, if you want to actually be serious, let's stop smashing these chicks, man. Come on, man.
Hi, put your hands together for David Lucas.
Oh, so she'd even yo, she'd even show her comedy. She'd even show her opening act. She just showed her saying, "Give it up for David Lucas." That's how you know she was garbage, hot garbage. She didn't even give us a snippet. She didn't even give us a snippet. That's how you know she's hot garbage on the stage. Lucas, yo, quit playing, man. Dave Lucas, if you listening, man, it's quit playing, man. You done been under Corey Holcomb and these people. You've been on the roasting show, with Craig. You know what I mean, with Craig Smith, aka Craig Facts. Come on, man. Oh man, yeah, she's smashing somebody, or first of all, multiple men to get to the position that she's at. She has zero business being on stage. Zero business. Zero business. Zero business being on stage. Let me look at the back at that comment section. Let me look back at that comment section if I can find it.
My other victims have.
That because the comment section was hilarious. Somebody said Cena baby deletion's funnier than this. Somebody said somebody put the Homelander meme. Yo. Yo, yeah, this is the one I was looking for. Somebody said I laughed harder passing a kidney stone. That's what now I'll say this. That is wild. That is wild. Somebody said as funny as a plane crash. Somebody said I think she'd be better off with her OnlyFans. How is this girl opening up for Dave Luke? Bruh, my God. y'all dudes, I will say this: a lot of y'all dudes, you guys are getting what y'all asking for it. A lot of y'all are asking for it when you bringing these broads that you screwing with and having them open up for you. Y'all are asking for it in terms of your how do I say it? Your demise, your the Me Too cases, them coming up saying he did this to me. Y'all got it coming. I don't care. I'm going to stop. Yeah, that banner. Yeah, that banner was wild. It was blocking the whole screen. I'm like, there's got to be a way for me to change that. But I will say this: I'm going to stop. Me personally, especially after you remember when I did the Tyrese show and I keep showing this chick, right? So what the chick I keep shows? You know how I keep showing this chick? You know what I mean? I'm going to stop sticking up for you dudes because a lot of you guys are asking for it. And I'll say this particularly, the comedians or the musicians, you got these broads opening up. You're signing broads that have no talent. And you only putting them there because you messing with the chick, and then you'd be surprised it turns into a train wreck. And then now once you're going through something, a divorce or a lawsuit with that same chick, and then now we gotta come now we gotta stick up for you. I'm done. I'll say this. I might be done doing that. I might be done doing that. I might go the undead chronic route where I'll start roasting you. I'm because the older I'm getting, I'm starting to understand the reason why some of these dudes go through something and chronic will just start roasting. I'd be like, he don't got to do all that. But I'm starting to get it now because you guys are asking for it. You guys are asking for it because this is not even like this is bad. This is bad. This is clearly a chick with this is a woman that probably started comedy 1 or 2 years ago, and she just knew the right people to bust down for. You know what I mean? Shout out to D-Man 50 here. Yeah, he said they bust it open to climb that ladder. Shout out to Carlos X, man. Man, what's up, bro? But yeah, that banner was huge. I'm never gonna. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna use it again, but that was way too big. Pause. I don't know why I had it set up like I don't know how it was set up like that, but it was like this. I was like, dang, that's wild. Let me not do that. It's gonna block up most of the screen. I might have it like this. I can have it like this. Pause. I can have it like this because it's but we'll keep it like this. We'll keep it like this, you know. But yeah, this is not good. This I can't I can't. How do you Dave? Because I know who Dave Lucas is. I know who he is. I know who he is. Hold on. Let me bring up Dave Lucas one more time. Because I cannot believe she opened up. I don't know if she still opens up for Dave Lucas, but like Dave Lucas, he's a pretty talented dude. He got some he got some comedy chops. He's kind of funny. He's kind of funny. Like he does his thing. I've seen him on the 5150 show, hold his own. I mean, bro, come on, man. Stop. There's a lot, first of all, there's a lot of things that David Lucas does where I'm like, you're so Lucas, tighten up, bro. Tighten up. Get your stuff in line, man. Y'all are asking to be Me Too, bro. These people are asking for it, man. It's 2024. Y'all got to learn how to man. Man. Anyways, let's go to Drew Afualo. Let's go to Drew Afualo. Let's go to her. Pause.
It's crazy how
Let me copy this link. Let's put this on something else, man. Let's put this on something else. We got to open this on another tab. We got to do this on another tab. Oh shit. All right. So I dropped this video earlier today. Because I didn't know, I kind of dismissed her. I dismissed her. Right? I didn't really take her that seriously, but I don't want to make that same mistake like I did with Cynthia G. So, because I've heard a lot of particularly Manosphere RP creators talk about her, and because her thing is mostly just kind of just bashing men in general, just saying crazy stuff about men, bashing the RP, the Manosphere, the space, and all that. So I just happen to see this, right? I just happen to see this.
Crazy how quickly men develop empathy after they watch me eviscerate one. All of a sudden, it's like, well, I feel so bad for him. Did you feel bad for me when he attacked me first?
Fair use, by the way, fair use. And this is the guy. I forgot what. Can somebody tell me who this actor's name is? Because I don't know his podcast. I forgot what his name, but I've seen him on The Office and other stuff. But anyways.
Of course she didn't. Misogynistic men do not
Rainn Wilson. I guess that's his name. Yeah, Rainn Wilson. That's his name. Rainn Wilson. Cool.
see women as equals, obviously. It's the very baseline of misogyny. So what makes you think they're going to listen to me when I ask them, please don't do that? Sometimes when speaking to your oppressor, you have to speak in a language they understand, whether it's physically or it's verbally or it's emotionally. It takes many different forms, but they don't listen unless they're forced to. It's crazy how...
Okay. Now, anybody that doesn't know, like Drew Afwala was like the chick, she kind of got famous for like her laugh. Like she'll be quote unquote roasting dudes, I guess. Let me see. Drew Afwala TikTok. Let's see. Let's see what we can select from. Best of Drew Afwala on TikTok.
Morning. Once again, I'm seeing another fucking trend that I am not okay with in my comments.
And yeah, by the way, she swears a lot. Like she swears like a sailor, bro. But these people be monetized like they be monetized. I'd be like super monetized. I guess they don't experience no yellow checks, no yellow dollar signs. It'll be like one thing wrong on my video, and that thing will pop up. Oh, it's a limited monetization. And you'll be like, how? But when I look at a lot of Drew Afwala's videos, she be swearing I'm talking about like a sailor. You know what I mean? It's like, bruh. Anyways, but that's basically her character. That's the character that she prays.
Comment section, and I have to stomp them shits out like bugs, bitch. When I make content dragging men to hell and back for being misogynistic, racist, homophobic, transphobic, fatphobic, you fucking name it, all the men I stitch are literally the Thanos of bigotry. The last thing I want to fucking see is another woman in my fucking comment section telling me that I shouldn't have reacted that way, that I shouldn't treat men like that, you shouldn't do the same thing, you're just as bad. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. No, bitch.
Yeah, that's basically how she's got like the kind of like the that joint. You know what I mean? That's basically how she's gotten famous. But man, sheesh. By the way, YouTube, don't be mad at me for the curse words. This is off her channel. But yeah.
And obedience to your word. And fellas, don't feel bad when y'all hear me say things like a woman should be obedient, because she obeys the law, doesn't she? So she can obey her man.
Man, do I have a doozy for y'all. Let me give you some context first. This video, the original, got sent to me on Twitter last night. And after I finished laughing my fucking ass off, I went to collect my research. Put another hell. That's interesting. Because weren't you just talking about obedience and women and how men should be allowed to tell them what the fuck to do? You're an alpha dog.
Let's see her TikTok. Let me see. Drew Afualo. Oh yeah, I searched up is Drew Afualo as an agent yesterday. Because it's very possible that she could be a paid operative. The same way I initially thought. I still kind of think that Cynthia G is also a paid operative. I believe that as well. Let me see. Drew Afualo TikTok. Because I'm gonna show you some things real quick after the TikTok. So she got 8 million followers via TikTok. Yeah. So she's very, she's a very famous person. She's plugged. Oh yeah, by the way, this is her Chad boyfriend. Just to let you guys know, this is her Chad boyfriend. I keep telling you. Man, and I will say this, man. Let me show y'all something, man. Because this is where I made the discovery. Because I found this hilarious. Let me see. Can I bring up her Instagram page real quick? Let me bring up her Instagram. Let me bring up her by the way, they've been together 7 years. So while she was making all of her videos talking crazy about dudes, she in a whole long-term relationship with a Chad. I keep telling you, particularly when you talk about women that are quote unquote plus size or a little bit overweight, they be in whole relationships with Chads. Yo, I'm talking, and I bet you, and watch this. I keep telling you, women like this, I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on this, but do not be surprised if it comes out later on that they were in an open relationship, meaning she didn't mind letting him cheat. That's what ends up that's what's been happening really in this dating marketplace that people don't like to talk about. There's a lot of overweight women or plus size women with like Greek gods of boyfriends, right? These guys that are built like Greek gods, and they're undercutting the 8s, 9s, and 10s, right? Undercutting these people. And not only do they cook and clean for them and do all that stuff, but one thing they won't admit, they let their boyfriends cheat. That they won't admit this, but trust me, I know. I've had too much experience with these people. You like people be wondering why you'll see like these Chads or these Tyrones with all these muscles with all these fat women, and people be like, why? People just think, oh, it's because she give good top. It's more than that. She allows that man to cheat. Trust me, they won't tell you this. That is a big secret that they won't tell you. They allow their Chad and Tyrone boyfriends to cheat. They're not gonna I'll say, let me say it like this. They're not gonna allow him. I'm not saying they're saying go and cheat on me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're not going to allow him having multiple women be the cause of their breakup. How about that? That's the best way I can put it. So right here, this is what, because I was scrolling on her Instagram, and then I see, I'm like, wait a minute. So she got a whole boyfriend? What's going on? Then I started looking down more, and then I see another photo. I'm like, I'm like, maybe this is a recent boyfriend. And then I saw this caption: "Happy 7th anniversary to my person, my soulmate in every lifetime." Bruh. I'm like, 7 years? You in a whole long-term relationship with a basically a Samoan. Basically a Samoan. Meanwhile, she on TikTok dragging men. Telling women to do the same thing. Meanwhile, she got a whole Chad at home that she probably cooks for him, cleans, do all that stuff. Man, and this is where when I made the video last night on Drew Alfawallo, I was like, ladies, I hope you haven't been taking advice from her. Meanwhile, she taking great care of her Chad entire her Samoan BF at home of 7 years. Wait, 7th anniversary. I don't know. Maybe are they married or I don't know if they're, but still that's a long term relationship. Well, I'll say long-term relationship in terms of outside of marriage. That is a long-term relationship. Right? How about that? But let me see some. Shout out to Rocky here. He said, I need to troll this. I need to troll this woman today. Nah, she's exactly what I thought she was. It's the same thing when I saw who Cynthia G was, when Corey Holcomb mentioned Cynthia G, and then when I did the background research on how she keeps getting caught up with Pookies, I was like, she's exactly who I thought she was. She's just Cynthia G's just a typical hood chick that thinks she's this. She thinks she's a queen divester, but really in the background, she can't get over Black Tyrone. She can't get over Pookies. Like, you would think that she would practice what she preached when it comes to Cynthia G, but really, she still keeps getting caught up with Pookie. She got impregnated by a Pookie recently and try to play it off. But I'm like, this is a woman clearly that's just when people talk about bitter and hurt, no, that's Cynthia G. She's bitter and hurt. Like, she has issues with herself that she needs to fix, because for her to still get played by Pookie at her age, I mean, she's exactly what I thought she was. And for Drew Alfawallo, she's exactly who I thought she was. Talking all that nonsense on the internet. Meanwhile, she got a whole chat at home. I keep particularly like women built like Drew, they will tell their girlfriends or friends that are women to break up with their man, do all this. Meanwhile, she won't even do that. Or either she won't have a man, or if she does have a man, she not only is she going to be ride or die for her man, that guy could be the worst person on earth and be a whole cheater, and she'll be like, happy 7th anniversary. Behind closed doors, a whole simp behind closed doors. I'm telling you, this is what it is, particularly women that are built like Drew Alfawallo. And I'm not trying to take a shot at her weight, but she's one of those girls, she's on the plus size. She's on the plus size. No disrespect, but she's on the plus size. No disrespect. So she doesn't really have leverage like that, but I'm telling you, behind closed doors, she do anything and everything. I'm talking about taking pride in taking care of her boyfriend behind closed doors. She's exactly who I thought she was. First of all, women built like her, they be doing that. No disrespect. But let's go back to this clip right here.
Quickly men develop empathy after they watch me eviscerate one.
So in her mind, her eviscerating men is just her just cursing, swearing like a sailor, and just more cursing and swearing. She thinks that's masculinity. Cursing and swearing and trying to quote unquote own a man by using more curse and swear words. Like, she thinks that's her owning men. You know what I mean? Or when she's talking about people of the manosphere, um, that's in her mind. She's owning men.
All of a sudden, it's like, well, I feel so bad for him. Did you feel bad for me when he attacked me first? Of course you didn't. Misogynistic men do not see women as equals.
Well, men and women aren't equals. We're different people. And I think people have, when we say men and women are not equal, I think people have kind of equated to, oh, you're just saying that men are better than women. Well, not necessarily, but it's interesting that when women decide to pick when it comes to partners, they keep complaining about men that are economically unattractive and men that aren't this height and men that aren't this and blah blah blah. So I'm like, well, the way you look for partners or quote unquote men, you're looking for men that are better than you, and it seems like you're only attracted to men. You only respect men that are better than you. So yeah, it is what it is.
Obviously, it's the very baseline of misogyny. So what makes you think they're going to listen to me when I ask them, please don't do that? Sometimes when speaking to your oppressor, you have to speak in a language they understand, whether it's physical.
And that's when she's talking about speaking the language to oppressor. That's just a black power or a pro-black or Black Panther talking point that she just stole. This is why I don't really take feminists seriously. Like, they steal a lot of talking points. First of all, they steal a lot of talking points from black women in general, and for some reason, black women don't pick it up. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I can bring up, because I saw one of the funniest things I saw. Let me see if I can bring it up. Woman on whatever podcast. What was it? Oh yeah, radical. Do you guys know the name of like the radical feminist that was on the whatever podcast? And she had on a leather jacket. She was dressed up as a Black Panther. Hold on for a second. Let me see. Radical um feminist on whatever podcast. Let me see if I can bring her up, because she had me laughing at her, like at her. I was laughing so much at her attire. Her attire. I was laughing. Oh man, I can't find it. Damn, I can't. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find her, because she had like a whole, she had a whole Black Panther like get up, and she like considered herself like a radical feminist. Man, I can't find her. I think I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is it. This is it, right? This is her right here. I found it. This is her. She got like the whole Black Panther cap on and the whole I'm like, what? I'm like, what is she? Why is she wearing Black Panther gear and then calling herself a radical feminist?
Promoting yourself is pretty.
Like, what is she? I'm like, I try to tell, the pro blacks. I'm like, you guys need to check who's on your squad. You guys need to do a squad check, because you guys got some weirdos on the left. This is why I can never be fully liberal, because the people on that lane are people that I cannot respect them. She got like a whole Black Panther, with the black leather jacket with the black French cap. It's like, what? These are the people that, like, how do you take these people seriously? Carlos X said it's hilarious when women think they're hiding their belly fat with their shorts pulled up high. Oh man. Oh yeah. That's Drew off like Drew off Wallow. She's on the plus size. You see she got the shorts high, and it's not people think it's just so they can show off their butt cheeks. It's not just that, but it's also really to hide that stomach that a lot of them got. So yeah, yeah, you know. Yeah, the 90-10 rule. He said 90% of females have no problem sharing the top percent of men. And they have no problems doing it. This is why you're not really supposed to take women seriously when they talk about their dating issues, because they're only focusing on one type of man. So whatever problems they have, they're usually in a position of no leverage. And they continuously they position themselves on of no leverage, Let me see. He said, I remember that clown. She made a fool of herself. I don't know. Because I don't watch the whatever podcast. Meaning I don't watch like the full shows. I've watched clips, but I remember seeing her. I'm like, who in the hell is this poser? Who are the? I'm like, what is? I was like, what is that? But anyways, let's finish this off.
Or it's verbally, or it's emotionally. It takes many different forms, but they don't listen unless they're forced to.
First of all, that is not true. that's not true. I would like to, like, how she's talking all this greasy stuff now. I would like to see how she talks to her boyfriend behind closed doors. She don't talk like that. I don't know how much money I can bet, particularly when it comes to plus size, chubby women like that with Chad boyfriends. They don't talk to them like that. They don't. I've seen this too many times. I'm telling you, I've seen this way too many times. They don't talk to them like that behind closed doors. They don't. Pretty sure she has her voice all high pitched. But anyways, Drew Afwala, she's probably a paid operative. She's probably a paid operative. That is very. Whoa.
So what do you like to do for fun?
I really just be chilling.
Mud shark alert. I'll do that video later. But anyways, I'm not gonna lie. I'd smash, like, going by the thumbnail. I'd go with both. I'd take both. I'd take both of these. Anyways, I got caught off track. I must remain focused. I gotta find the other story that I was gonna do. Oh, before that, let me show you a quick snippet of this. Your
biggest regret?
Probably like being with somebody older. Yeah,
Older?
probably feeling older.
How old are you?
16.
How old was the person?
I can't say.
Over 20?
Yeah.
Your biggest regret?
Probably like being with somebody older. Yeah,
Older?
probably feeling older.
How old are you?
16.
How old was the person?
I can't say.
Over 20?
Yeah.
Your biggest regret?
That guy, not only was he over 20, he was probably close to his 30s. Probably early 30s, if we being quite honest with it. Actually, you know what? It could have been older than that. Because when he said over 20, she was like, yeah. That means that guy was in his 30s. Right? And like I said, this video leads in exactly where I actually wanted to go into. Wow, what a transition. You see this comment, men who date children, how can you live with yourself? That child is a victim. But like I said, I've been telling you, and she's taking accountability. She said, I should have not been dating somebody that old. At 16, she knows. You know what she's doing. Like, at the end of the day, if you're a person if you are a woman that's walking around with a fake ID, you on BS. Now, before we get to this next story, let me look at the chat. He's talking about that chick. What do you said she looked like? So what Carlos X said she doesn't look like her, but she reminds me of Patty Hearst when she was kidnapped by Black Panthers. Yikes. Anyways, now in all seriousness, let's get to this next story. This is this is something serious I want to actually get into. Pause. This is very serious. I wanna dive into this because we have to have this serious discussion. This is actually a perfect segue. A perfect segue. And this is a very, very serious discussion. No jokes on this one, right? So, right here, this news came out of Miami, Florida. It says a 19-year-old arrested after, excuse me, SAing two teen girls and threatening to kill them. It says Adam Hyman, a 19-year-old from Miami Beach. Wow, the irony of his last name, that is wild. A 19-year-old from Miami Beach is facing serious charges after allegedly smoking with two teenage girls and luring them to a residence in Sunny Isles Beach. Once there, he reportedly threatened them with a firearm before essaying them. Following his arrest by Sunny Isles Beach police, he appeared in bond court where he was denied bond. Hyman, known as a marijuana and vape dealer, had previously sold to one of the victims. Wow, reports the Miami Herald. Now, just to let you know, because I read the article already. The two women, they were 14 years old. Sorry, the two girls, they were 14 years old. They were 14. They say back in June, Adam Hyman picked up two teenage girls and drove them around A Ventura, including the top of the A Ventura Mall parking garage where they smoked and vape. He then took them to a residence in Sunny Isles Beach, claiming it belonged to a friend. Oh yeah, by the way, just to let you know, I believe this story, meaning I believe he is a predator, right? Going back to the story. It says once inside, the girls noticed numerous. Hold on. I forgot. He says he then took them to a residence in Sunny Isles Beach, claiming it belonged to a friend. Once inside, the girls noticed numerous firearms, including shotguns and pistols. The 19-year-old then dragged one girl into a room, pointed a gun at her head, and threatened her life before essaying her. The teen was too shocked and scared to fight back. After the first assault, one victim tried to warn the other, but Hyman pulled her into the room and assaulted the other victim, threatening her with a firearm, leaving both underage girls injured. By the way, these girls were 14 years old. 14. Right here, it says Hyman dropped one girl at home, but told the other he wasn't finished. He then assaulted her again in a Publix parking lot and recorded the incident, which was later used as evidence for his arrest. Reports say he has been charged with a firearm or deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, use of a child in a S performance, kidnapping, and 2 counts of lewd and lascivious battery. Now, this is something that this is unfortunate, right? But at the same time, this could have all been prevented. And we need to discuss, we have to start discussing not only prevention, but personal responsibility, right? Um, let's talk about Adam Hyman, right? Because when it comes to drug dealers, these pookies, right? The reason why the pookies, the irony is, we know that when it comes to these drug dealers, they tend to invite many predators in that field. The reason why they do, because they know that they can get girls, not only women their age, but particularly young women. They know that they can use their quote unquote drug dealing title, right, to get with, so they can get with sexually younger women. So these guys are predators, but these guys get protected by everybody. They get protected by everybody on high school campus. They get protected by everybody on college campus because they're the plug. They're the plug. They're the ones giving out everything. And they say that, oh, why don't you teach predators not to be predators? But it seems like when the predators are there, they tend to be protected very well. So what can we do? Now, I don't know if I can find the comment, but I liked it. And yeah, obviously he needs to be in prison. I need to find that comment if to make my point. But somebody said the irony in bro's last name. Yeah, his last name is literally called Hyman. That's wild to me. But anyways, I probably won't be able to find the comment, but it's hard to tell young women or younger ladies, young girls, whatever, hey, can you please stay away from that older drug dealer guy? He's probably not, I know he's giving you free stuff, but it's not really for free. You probably shouldn't be with him by yourself. The problem is, if I say this to these young girls, particularly like if you're like a 15-year-old, or you're a 14-year-old, or you're a 13-year-old boy, and you tell those girls, it's probably not the best idea to hang around a guy like this. They will not only will they dismiss what you just said, they will call you jealous. Even to this day, like, I remember I made a post on my Instagram about how, the stuff that girls do for weed money, right, with their drug dealers and all that. And I remember making a comment on a separate post where I said something about drug dealers, and it was this broad saying that I was jealous of drug dealers and that a drug dealer took my girl. And I was like, why would I be jealous of these people when I know what they do? I'm like, a lot of these people are predators. A lot of them, I'm not going to say most, but I say a lot of them specifically target young girls, young women, or women that don't have a lot financially. They give them free weed. They lace the weed with fentanyl and all types of stuff, get them hooked, because they know eventually they're not going to have enough money to buy. So you already know what they're going to replace the money with. That's why they will specifically target these young girls. They don't even like the drug dealers now. They don't even care about making money. They don't even care about making money. I'm talking about the new weed deal. They don't care about making money. They know they can use that vehicle to target younger women. And I'm talking about those guys will be in their 20s, they'll be in their late 20s, they'll be in their early 30s, living in their mama house, whatever. They'll be in their early 20s, they'll be college frat boys, and they know who to give their quote unquote free weed or their free drugs to, because they know they're going to get hooked. And they know they're not always going to have money for it. So they'll be like, hey, why don't we just hang and we'll work something out. And we already know what that means. A lot of these people, that's predatory behavior. But when you call out if you say something about the drug dealers, about them doing something, they get protected. This is why when certain things happen between drug dealers and young women, I just be like, well, can't do nothing about that. Oh yeah, shout out to Truth Hunter. He says, you tell those ladies, don't go there. They'll flock to them more. So the more that I'm on this platform here, the more that I'm actually saying, hey, don't go over there to these drug dealers and blah blah blah, the more they're actually going to go to them. So that's why, particularly when they say young men need to tell other men not to do this, and I'm like, they already are. You can't tell a criminal, somebody that's already above the law, to not do criminal things. That's why they're doing criminal things. They know they're doing that. They know they're doing what they're not supposed to be doing. That's why they're doing it. They're very aware that they're doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. But even then, like even like you'll if I was the same, like say if I was a teacher, if I was a male teacher in those 14-year-old girls' lives, right? And I caught wind of them about to go on a travel excursion with a 19-year-old drug dealer to his supposed friend's house, right? If I caught wind and I was like, young ladies, I don't think this is the best thing for you to do. You know what they would tell? They would tell me to mind my own business. Or how about this? If I stopped physically the 19-year-old, meaning if I were able to get information on the drug dealer and I was able to lock him up, I will say there will be people mad at me. Not only the girls, but there will be dudes mad at me for doing that. That's the scary part about this. So that's where this is where I'm in a lose-lose here. Because they say, oh, you know where the predators are. I'm like, I think actually you guys know where the predators are. You guys seem to mess with them. When we talk about the pimps, right? The drug dealers, casting agents, these people, they specifically go after younger women, but they don't get called out. They seem to be actually, it seems like women treat these people like damn near gods. They go to their house. They'll and you know what's the sick part about this story? You know what the sick part about this story is? And people might disagree with me on this. He didn't even have to do what he did. Meaning he didn't have to force them in terms of what he did, what they said that he pulled out a gun on them and he said, you got to give me this or you won't leave out here alive. If clearly this guy is off in the head, because drug dealers don't even have to do that. All he had to do was keep giving them free stuff, and eventually, or meaning, if they were buying from him at first, if they asked for something for free, they would have offered it up to him. Believe it or not. Believe it or not, as sick as that sounds, even if they didn't give it up, there were probably other 14-year-olds, unfortunately, willing to give it up to that guy, to that 19-year-old dude. As sick as that sounds, he didn't even have to do that. So this is clearly a guy this guy is a menace. This is why I think this guy is guilty, because first of all, people don't tell on their drug dealers. No matter what the drug dealers do, people don't tell on the drug dealers. They don't. Particularly women don't tell on their drug dealers. So that means he did what he did. That's why I believe the article. that's why I believe the article. I'm like, oh, he did that. He did that that stuff. What they described. They said that he took out a gun and threatened to do that. That's some of the stuff that, like, you'll have a gang member, right? And he'll be out on a date with a girl or whatever, and the girl probably just thinks, yo, I'm just gonna be with him. But then the gang member will bring the girl to a room or a apartment or a complex that she has no idea about, and then she goes in a room and it's a room full of ninjas, right? And then she's like, wait, I thought it was just gonna be me and you. Oh, well, you don't think you good, you think you're too good for my boys? And then that, stuff like that happens. So this is I'll say that's a similar situation. But you'll see, but young women will put themselves in these situations. I'll be like, why go to a person's house like that you don't know? Why? Do y'all need the drugs that bad? And this is where, even in the video that I dropped earlier today, when I covered this topic, I think people are underrating the drug problem that we have with the young with Gen Z women and Gen Alpha women, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, right? These people are druggies. They will travel distances. They will travel across straight lines for that weed, for that whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever they lace the weed with. You know what I mean? So this is a epidemic that a lot of people have missed. Because when they talk about, oh, we got a drug problem, I think it's mostly with the young women, not really with the young men. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. It's just they kind of underestimate. I think men in particular underestimate the amount of drugs that the average woman will take in her life, or what the average young woman their age low. So like, like when we're 14 years old, we're not thinking our 14-year-old counterparts are zooted up on Percocets or on whatever. Now, fortunately for me, I was able to experience, like, or know girls that were my age. I'm talking about when I was 13. Yeah, 14 years old, going into high school. Basically, almost every other Caucasian girl I knew was on some kind of head medication. They've already smoked. They've already. I was basically damn near all of them. The only people that weren't doing it like that were the people that was on Project Choice, meaning, like the black and brown kids that they pick up from like the inner cities to come to the schools in the suburbs. Those are probably the only chicks that weren't like doing it like so often that I thought they were. Everybody else was dirty. Let me see. Carlos X says every drug dealer I've ever known has cooter thrown at them consistently. That's what I'm saying. This is why I believe the story where they say that he violated those girls. Because he doesn't actually have to do that. Unfortunately, he doesn't have to do that. So if he got in trouble for that, and I'm looking at the description of the story of what happened, I was like, yep, I think he did that. And I'm talking about, it went straight to the police too. So that means that guy was like really foul for what he did. Let me see. Truth Hunter says, hell, the people who buy drugs from the predators probably would try to hurt you if you take their supply. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm like, yeah, I believe this story. They're not going to give up their drug dealer. They're not. So for them to do that, that means he did what he did. And meaning that girl, because remember in the story, it said that he already knew one of the chicks, meaning it was, because when you look at the story, it said one of the chicks was already buying from him consistently, and then one day she invited her friend to come with her to go to the guy's friend's house, which is a setup like a muff. So like I said, if I was a friends of those girls during that time, I'd have been like, don't go to that guy's house. But if I, like I said, if I said that, they would have called me a hater. They would have said I was jealous. You know what I mean? This is why I what can I do? What can I do to even what can I do with this? The only thing you can be like is like, look, parents, watch your young daughters and watch who they're hanging around with and watch who they're friends with. That's all you can do. And be strict. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And set a good example so they follow your example. So if you're telling your kids don't do drugs, but they're consistently seeing you getting drunk off of wine, they're not going to take you seriously. Or they see you hopped up on opioids or painkillers, they're not going to follow your example. They're not going to take you seriously. Let me see. Yep, sad but true. Like I said, they know like he doesn't actually have to do that. What he did, so this is what happens when you got these a socially awkward older drug dealer that doesn't even he clearly doesn't like that kid over here. This dude, this 19-year-old, clearly he doesn't understand how women work. Because he, even though he's a predator, he clearly doesn't know how young women are. If that's what he was looking for, he actually didn't have to threaten nobody. He could have gotten her friends to do that. And I'm talking about he could have told the broads, look, if you want more of this stuff, you got to bring more. You got to bring more of your friends. And they would have gladly gave up their friends to him, to a predator, mind you, because he got that stuff, because he has the supply. Now, it's unfortunate what happened to those young girls. But I'm telling you, if he was like it's messed up. I guess I'm giving predator game. I guess I guess I'm giving predator game. But I bet you, because these girls, they are druggies. They will do anything for those for drugs. It's so I'm pretty sure all he had to do, unfortunately, he literally could have just been sitting back like, look, if you want more of this stuff, you got to bring one friend is not enough. You got to bring more. And he could have had literally a whole that's how all these young girls be getting that's how all these young girls be getting their cherry pop by like one drug deal. That's how they usually do it. They just be like, oh, just you got to bring more of your friends. They start get friendly with a couple of their friends, and their friends start telling their friends. How do you think? Remember that story that happened in like South Carolina, where it was like one white DJ, right? It was like this one white DJ guy who gave like thousands of black women HIV. Do you remember that? Do you remember that story? How do you think that? I'm pretty sure you're just like, look, if you come to me, I'm gonna give you some money, but you just got to keep it on low. But keep bringing your friends. That's how these predators be. And the girls will just they don't care. They don't care. You know? Let me see. Truth Hunter said addiction and emotional retardation are why they go to drug dealers' house they don't know. That's what I'm about to like. I'm telling like, if you ask those same chicks, right? Those 14-year-old girls, unfortunately, that what happened to them, that's unfortunate. But I'm pretty sure those same chicks, if you told those same chicks, like if they like say if they had an F on their quiz and they couldn't afford to get a C, their next quiz they needed a B or an A or higher to pass the class, right? And I'm the teacher and I tell them, okay, this is Mark this is Jack Smart, right? This is the smartest man in class, Jack Smart. I want you to go to him. He's a tutor. I'll I'll cover the fee. He's not gonna charge you. All you're gonna do, he does his sessions in the library. He's in your grade. Your first session will be with him in the library. Do you know what will happen? They will, instead of being grateful, they'll be like, ew, why are you setting me up with James Smart? Ew. I'm talking about they don't even want to be seen around him at the library, at a public spot. But they will go to a drug dealer's house that they do not know. Like, bro, I could set up the broads. I'm talking about I'm saving their life with setting them up with the smartest kid in class, making sure he's tutoring them, and I'm telling them, look, you just go to the library, have the session. Hell, you can make a deal. Maybe he'll do the test for you. Maybe he'll do you can like a lot of like I know a lot of bras, they'll just use their dad's money and then they'll pay they'll pay the guy to just do the paper for them, do the terms. Like, I'm setting you up with the smartest person in school. All you got to do is do that one session with him at the library. It's at a public spot. Everybody can see you. But just even doing that, they're just like, no, I don't want to. They will lose. I'm talking about they will lose their whole mind. But then they will go. I'm talking about then their friend will call them up. Oh, you want to smoke? And then they'll just go to a random person's house they don't know. And you're just like, how does that make sense? I'm talking about for one night too. They'll go to a stranger spot, don't know, and they don't even know how the hell they're gonna come back home. They didn't even talk about how they're gonna come back home, but they're just gonna go to a random spot, and they will just do and they will do this. You're just like, so how do I start saying, oh, predators got to stop doing what they? We're telling you, and in the video that I dropped with this, I explained it perfectly. I'm the type of person, I tell people, look, this is the dragon's lair. Do not go into that cave. This is called the dragon's cave for a reason. Do not go in the boiling lake of lava. This is the dragon's lair as well. Let's stay away from the dragon's lair. I'm not saying the dragon doesn't leave his lair and does what he does. I'm just saying, if you can help it, because he's always going to come back home, let's kind of stay away from that spot. But what they want me to do is they want me to go to the dragons and tell them to stop doing dragon things. This is the bird brains that you're dealing with. These are the bird brains that you're dealing. And you're just like, why don't we just kind of stay away from the dragon layers? Like, so the spots that the dragons like to go to, let's kind of avoid those spots. Nope. We're gonna nope. I guess it's not an option. Avoiding the dragon's lair is not an option. Okay. Carlos X said, can't imagine having a teenage daughter now. Would be hell to be a parent. I would say this: if I had a daughter, and if I like say if I had full custody and I had a daughter, I would move. Me and the daughter, we would move from the United States. Or like I saw something with some Amish daughters, some Amish. It's like two mixed kids, right? It was like two mixed kids, two mixed Amish kids, and they were talking about how their parents didn't even give them a phone until they were like 18 or 19 or 20. And they said that they're actually thankful for their parents for doing that, because they knew if they got a phone before they were 18, they would not be able to handle it. Let me see. Rocky said, bro, these girls be knowing what they doing. I will say this: in this case, they probably thought they were finessing this dude, because I'm looking at this guy, and this is probably he's probably one of those rare older dudes that doesn't really know how to talk to women. Even I'm talking about even young girls, meaning even 14, 15-year-olds. He doesn't even know how to talk to high school girls, even at the age of 19. So they probably was looking at this guy. They thought he was a mark. But guys like that are even more dangerous because you don't never know his intentions or what he's about to pull. So they probably thought they were finessing him until he flipped the script. And unfortunately, they got violated because of their naivety. Truth Hunter says, women Jack Smart ill. Also, women, I'll F my teacher for a passing grade. Yeah, they'll do that too. They'd try to give it up to to me instead of just going to a Jack Smart, the class tutor, the smartest kid in the grade. They'll rather do that. They'll pull it. They'll pull it. That's why like me um there's this program in my state where you don't have this is crazy, mind you. There's this program where you can be a substitute you could be like a substitute music teacher on call. Meaning if a music teacher's out, you could just go in there and you could be just a substitute music teacher for the day, and they pay you like over $30 an hour. Something crazy like that. And people were asking me to do that. But I'll say this, I don't know if I could do that. Only because I don't want to do high schools. I don't want to do high schools because I already know the demons that I'm dealing with. So if I could do something like that, maybe elementary school, middle school, I don't know about all that. But I just don't trust these people, these demons, man. I don't trust these demons. I don't heard how some of these kids talk. They know what's going on. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. Especially now, if I'm coming in, I'm the substitute and a music teacher. They're not, man. I'll be like, Leo, let's just play Kahoot. Yo, let's just play Kahoot. Not everybody has to participate. If you participate, I'll give you some extra credit. I'll probably do something like that because I'm not. Anyway, let's move on. I think I've harped on this too long. Yeah, I've harped on this too long because I am on a very strict time schedule today. Apparently my day is barely starting, believe it or not. Believe it or not, my day is barely, even though it's like 6:30, it's like my day is barely starting, believe it or not. Let's get into this, right? Diverting hate. So I was supposed to cover this a while, like a while back, but I just got into this. Okay, because I was supposed to do this. I was really supposed to do this a long time ago, but I did promise I was going to do this stream. So right here, yeah, the Diverting Hate campaign. So reading from the info from this Twitter user, she says the Diverting Hate used something called the Male Supremacy Scale to give each of these creators an extremism score. So when we say extremism score, they have these people that you see here. These people that run these channels, these people are basically in a list for Homeland Security or the FBI. These people are now in a list, in a binder of pages next to I'm talking about violent extremists, African warlords that look like me and shit, sand ninjas. And meanwhile, these people are right next. The people that you see is in the same binder, the same pages of ledger, whatever, the same binder as these people. This is crazy. This is wild. An extremism score. He said this scoring system is a product of peril, which you can read more about in the quoted tweet. The goal of the the Diverting Hate campaign was to suppress the growth of the targeted creators. The Diverting Hate campaign notes that they were unable to run the campaign on a few of their planned targets due to YouTube demonetization. Later in the report, they claim that demonetization doesn't slow the growth of large channels and use this to advocate for demonetizing creators when they are still small and unable to fight back. So they've decided to target any person. This is how I look at it. They're basically targeting the growth of any channel that talks. I'm saying that does anything in terms of challenge anything that a woman does is wrong. So if you have a channel that said, "Oh, this woman did this today," he's probably gonna get a male supremacy scaled metric, and his channel is going to get targeted. Anything that says woman bad, your channel is going to be targeted. This is why I tell new YouTubers, don't show your face. Don't show your because I've already failed at that mission, but it is what it is. I tell them don't show your face, don't tell them who you are, and I tell them don't even do this type of content. Even those, I'm pretty sure even those, those interview, those people that be doing those street interviews and be like, "Yo, what's your body count?" These ninjas. Would you ever go 50-50 with a dude? Nah, what the even those street interview type channels, they're going to get targeted by the DH campaign. So right here, they have the top male supremacies, right? In these people. And before I even get into that, let me open up that booklet. The Threat Landscape, Incel and Misogyny, Violent Extremism. They got a whole pamphlet. Oh, Undead Chronic said I didn't make the list. Oh, ish. Shout out to Undead Chronic on the stream. Yeah, Sandman. They say Sandman is on here. Is the funny. I'll say this, particularly with Sandman and his content. YouTube has had a hard on for really trying to destroy Sandman's content. And if you actually look at his content, he's not saying anything crazy. I don't know. YouTube has had a weird thing with Sandman. I don't know, maybe I don't know who he went out with in the past, because there's also a thing. Oh, while Undead Chronic is on the stream, let me say this. Undead Chronic, if you're listening, the reason why your channel keeps getting demonetized is because you keep roasting these 304s on Twitter, and then they find you on YouTube and they keep mass reporting your channel. That's why that's why that's why Undead Chronic's really, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but that's why his 15 plus channels, whatever, that's why them joints be getting demonetized. What happens is women will mass report your channel if they don't like you. So you have to be careful on social media who you say or who you target. So that ends up what happening. You know what? Hold on for a sec. I know I said I had let me break the rules a little bit. If anybody wants to comment on the list, let me break the rules, because I saw Undead Chronic in the chat. So I'm like, oh, let's break the rules. Let's break the rules. I saw Undead Chronic on the stream. If he wants to talk, if he wants to chime in on that list, this list right here, let me bring it up. If anybody wants to chime in on the list, on who you see on the top 10 list, who the people that they consider extremists. Anybody wants to chime in on that? Feel free. Let me pin that. Let me pin that real quick. Because while I'm reading from the booklet, I'll just keep that stream. I'll keep that stream up because the list is hilarious. The list is hilarious. And like I said, they said there were already channels that they were trying to target before this campaign started. So yeah, if Chronic is listening, yeah, your channel was, I'm pretty sure, was targeted. Yeah, Hammerhand, everybody, TFM, everybody, all these people. Let me pin it. Tommy, oh yeah, Tommy Sotomayor, the person I had in the thumbnail. It's basically anybody that says anything negative about women in general or a specific woman, your channel will be targeted, and you will have a male supremacy scaled metric attached to your channel. Shout out to Angel. Let's get him on here. What's up, Angel?
Hey, Chris, what's up? It's been a while. How you doing?
Not bad, man. You see the list. So you have the male supremacy scale metric. Do you have any thoughts on the list so far?
Well, for one thing, I'm surprised they don't have me up there as it is anyway, though, because I talk stuff about women as it is anyway, though. So, but no, not really, though. I mean, I think this is just another thing that maybe, YouTube, they have their restrictions as it is, though. So maybe they just want to pick and choose those that they, that they quote unquote claim that they're a threat. I don't know. To be honest, I think they're just, singling out those that, for me personally, I think they just want to,
Angel, look at
single
this
out for whatever
look,
personal reason it is.
look at this pamphlet. They got a whole pamphlet that I'm showing you right here. I don't know if I can show. Does it show? Yep. So I got the whole pamphlet. They have in colleges, they've already had pamphlets made about this so-called manosphere space, the terms that they think they use. You know what I mean? They have, what is it? How many pages is this? Is a 13-page pamphlet. Look at this. They got courses. They're gonna have courses on colleges. I'm sorry. They probably already have courses in colleges in probably these gender studies classes and whatnot about incels and the manosphere and all this stuff. And what's interesting with this diverting hate campaign, right? Let me see if I can bring up the information real quick. Let me bring up, the info.
MGTOW was a male separatist movement? I can't believe that.
Yep. That's how they consider
Well, they're gonna have to
MGTOW.
consider me as that though, because I'm for MGTOW myself. So
Yeah.
no, seriously, that's.
Let me bring because that's right here. Right here.
I can't believe that. That's a separatist movement.
Yep. This so right. Let's read from this. Let's read from this. They said the background, the manosphere. The manosphere is an umbrella term referring to a number of interconnected misogyny communities online. It encompasses multiple types and degrees of misogyny, from broader male supremacist discourse to men's rights activism and involuntary celibates. This document explores the following more extreme and harmful proponents of the manosphere. So they have the incels, the MGTOWs, the MRAs, aka the men's rights activists, and the pickup artists. So they consider these movements full of potential extremists.
That's funny, man. That's funny.
So let's you mentioned the MGTOWs. Let's look at the definition. They say the men going their own way, a male separatist movement present primarily in North America.
So I'm a threat now, right? I'm a national threat. Is that what it is? I mean, because I'm going that way, and there's many men out there that are doing the same thing. But there's a reason why they're doing that. Because as you know, as Undead Chronic knows, as everybody knows in the panel, that you see how women are. You see how women act. You see what crazy delusional ideas that they have. So if they continue with this kind of thing, though, what is men are supposed to do? The courts are in their favor as it is anyway when it comes to divorces, when it comes to child custody. What are men supposed to do? You have women out there every single day talking trash about men, and you expect men to go join the military to defend you? What do you expect men to do? This whole
Well,
thing is a
there's
joke. This is another way of whoever's doing this, I don't know who's doing this, to side the women so that way they can go force men to go into the relationships with women. And I'm gonna tell you this, I'm not anti-women at all. I love women as it is, though. I just don't like their attitudes. I just don't like their viewpoints or their delusions in which they're going around and acting the way they do and talking the way they do and all this other stuff. They're giving these women the leeway, and us men are supposed to take it. I mean, come on, man. I mean, what's going on? When is this going to end? You know,
well,
I don't know, man.
the
Maybe it's me.
the MGTOW movement is it kind of exposed the reason why I'm always like I'm not saying I'm completely MGTOW because I have an addiction issue, but when it comes to the MGTOW movement, they've exposed that just a man just being like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm walking away. That just that in and of itself is such a threat. Just a man just saying, you know what, I'm not participating in this. And it's that I'll say this, that idea has spread amongst all people. So you see how they're saying they can't get men to join the military, right? They're thinking about bringing back the draft. You know, this is why they're trying to do everything in their power to keep men from walking away. And it kind of exposes a man's number one power is his ability to be like, you know what? Nah, I'm not doing this. Let me do something else. Or I'm not staying in this relationship. I'm walking away. A man's power is him walking away. So this is why when they kind of when they call men deadbeats, oh, he left his family. It's that's the fear. That's always the fear. It's not even that's always they're always trying to make sure that men are not necessarily walking away because men are the ones that are keeping this thing going. When we talk about the electricians, the plumbers, all these things that we take for granted. You know what I mean? Now, the irony of this is the more they do stuff like this, like the diverting hate campaign and all this stuff, they're actually you're putting legs to this cause. So for example, even though obviously Andrew Tate is in my opinion, he's a scammer, right? But the more that the mainstream media attacks him, you actually make him more like Jesus Christ to his followers. So that's the irony of this. So the more that they attack MGTOW, the more they attack, even the incels. People are now like I'm talking about. I've seen women now, even on Twitter, they're like, I'm starting to understand what they're going through and all this stuff. So the more that you attack these people that are not even participating in this game, but they're getting the most attacks, now people are like, wait a minute, what are they doing that is so wrong that it requires the FBI and Homeland Security and all this stuff, Oh, also, I don't know if you guys remember when Hammerhand like the FBI went to Hammerhand spot or something like something crazy like that. When I heard about that, I was like, are you serious? Why? I'm talking about they went to his exact spot. And I was shocked. I was just like, what could he how and why?
Well, they went to his house. Is that what it was?
Like they went to like his spot. I forgot how long ago this was, but it was like and they ended up talking about it, and I found it interesting because it happened to another YouTube creator I know. I don't want to say his name, but like it's weird where the FBI can find you, but then you'll see the next day you'll see a school shooting happen, and then like you'd be like, how were they weren't able to stop this, and they were giving warnings about the guy coming to the school, but nobody could stop this, but yet you got the feds coming to Hammerhand's house. What's going on? What's going on with this? But um, this is the weird world that we're living in. But let me get back to the list. Let me get back to the list. So, do you know of the real MTR?
I've heard of some of them. No, the real MTR, no. A number of them I've never heard of. Some of them I'm familiar with.
Okay, so which ones are you familiar with on this list?
Okay, I think I may have
You
seen
got Snoop.
Sandman. I know Fresh and Fit.
Mm,
Pearly Things, yeah. I think maybe 21 Studios. It's about a few of them, like about 3 or 4 of them, but majority of them, no.
okay, so let's go over one of them. Let's go over because I wanted to go over some of their channels, right? So Fresh and Fit, I don't know why they made this list because a lot of the stuff that they say, I'm like, eh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to me, they're
But
kind of clownish in a way, though. So I
yeah,
don't usually listen to them often anyway. So
a lot of their stuff is like buffoonery. So that's
yeah,
why I'm like, but for them to consider these people threats, I'm like, okay. I mean, wow, okay. But anybody that doesn't know, Fresh and Fit, that's Myron Gaines. My twin Fresh Prince CEO is on that show, and that's what they that's what they run. They're from Miami. Um, to
oh,
me,
that's one.
they're scam artists, but they have a large following, so it is what it is on that end. What's another person you said you knew on it? You said just
I think it was just Pearly Things and this other one. But I don't usually see them often. I see them like like every now and then, like once in a blue moon, that kind of thing though. And this other dude, 21 something. I forgot what it was. Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 of them though I've seen, but they're like once in a blue moon, and that's it. So it's not like I'm like a regular I mean, I listen. I check you out. I check AJ out. That's often, but these guys, no. That's like once in a
yeah,
blue moon. So,
yeah. No, same here. I don't follow these guys. I should still. I think I'm subscribed. I'm subscribed to damn near everybody. Well, not. I don't think I'm. No, I'm not subscribed to Pearly.
no,
But
I'm not subscribed to her though. Me either.
I'll say the only Manosphere members that I'm probably not subscribed to are obviously the female content creators because I'm not
Right.
it's something personal for me where I just don't like how it's like where women can just come into the space and then it's
Yeah,
just
but
they
for the
can just
most part, they're usually one-sided anyway, though. So with their own, delusional ideas, though. So I don't even bother with that. You know.
I think I'm subscribed to the Crimson Cure. I think
Oh, I've
if
heard
I'm
of
not
her. Yeah,
mistaken.
she's good. No, she's good. I have heard of
She's
her. Yeah.
I like the reason why I like her because she actually says things that even a lot of men don't want to say, particularly black
No.
manosphere creators. So
Right.
I respect her for that, but
Yeah.
I don't really follow any female manosphere creators. But I'll say this, me personally, because I like how the algorithm works on my YouTube. I want my algorithm to be a certain way. So I'll say particularly even if I disagree with the channel, I'll still give it a subscribe if it's like manosphere related, as long as it's not too heavy on the PUA stuff. Then I'll
Mm.
just click this. I'll click the subscribe button. But if you're a female manosphere, quote unquote manosphere creator, I'm not gonna subscribe. Just off of how do I say it? Not how do I just off GP. I just can't do it only because I don't know
So everyone knows the commonly
what kind of I'm like I got to know what kind of angle you're coming from, right?
Right.
Um,
Right.
when we talk about 'cause there's a lot of female manosphere creators that are just so disingenuous. Like Just Pearly, she's very. I will say this with Just Pearly, it's not that she's disingenuous. I think she's not telling the whole truth about what she is. I think for Just Pearly, I think she likes girls. That's what I've come to the conclusion. I think she actually likes girls, but women are giving her a hard time. So she's come. That's why she's now kind of repeating our talking points because she's frustrated with the broads as well. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong about that. But Just Pearly, she just repeats talking points. You know, Melanie King. These people are very.
Oh yeah.
She's disingenuous. She's very disingenuous to me.
Yeah.
Who else is another?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris. I try to. I've seen Melody King. I've seen her in a few. I try to figure her. I can't figure her out though because she talks about one subject
One
and
day
then
want the white fence and
Oh, my bad. It was just playing. Keep going.
no, it's all right. Yeah, it's all right. No, then she talks about another subject and now she's doing reactions about about women being arrested and all this other stuff. So I don't even know what her real content is. I mean.
Well, at first she came up under Kevin Samuels. So there was a lot of female content creators that got their start under Kevin Samuels, meaning they went on Kevin Samuels' page, whatever. They
Right.
got a consultation, live on YouTube, and then they started their channels. So Real Femme Sapien would be another example of that. She went on Kevin Samuels' thing, got a consultation, got married, and then started then she just blew up. And then so same thing with Melanie King's but in her case she was divorced. Now I will say this because I think a lot of dudes in the manosphere are very disingenuous in this way. They will follow just any woman on here that just panders. But there's actually a couple women that are not actually that are not part of the manosphere, that they don't claim the manosphere, that actually puts a lot of good information out there. I know one specifically, but men don't be following her. It's this lawyer. I forgot what her name is, but she's like older. She's like 50. She's like in her 50s or 60s. Do you know who I'm talking about? It's like
lawyer.
It's like a older female lawyer, and she talks about how like the family court system works and whatnot. Like you could tell that like she has like like male grandkids and stuff like that. That's why she's doing the channel. But like she's like a lot older, so it's not her trying to put makeup, trying to look pretty, and she's like in her 60s or her 70s. But she puts a lot of good information out there. But men don't they don't raise her up in the air. I don't even know her name. So but dudes will talk about this is what this is what happens. Like I'll see some of these call-in shows on some of these mainstream manosphere podcasts, and they'll be like, no, you guys got to get Love Courtney on here. And I'll be like, who the hell is Love Courtney? Right? hold on. So I remember searching up Love Courtney. I remember searching her up, or what's her? I think I'm getting. Am I getting her name right? I'm not. I don't think I'm getting her.
Courtney Love though, no? Courtney Love. They used to be with Kurt Cobain. And
what's the girl? I'm blanking on the name. It's a brunette girl that has but I forgot her name. Anyways, I remember searching up this specific girl that this guy called in on the show to search up, and the first thing I saw was Iraq. That's the first thing I saw. I was like, "Oh, come on, guys! Like, can we like bring up people that actually add to the space? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man." But when it comes to subscribing, like, as long as your stuff is not heavy PUA, I will give you a subscribe. That's just me. That's the point I was making. But I missed a lot of comments. I missed a lot of her name was Courtney Ryan, if I'm not mistaken.
Ryan. Okay.
I think let me see. Let me try that. Because I know I searched your name. Let me see. Courtney Ryan, right? Yes, that's gotta be it. Exactly. So
yeah. I've seen her before. Yeah, okay.
So it looks like she fixed her page, because I remember like the first thing I saw on her page, it was like a rack. I was like, come on, guys. But look how many look how many subscribers she has. She has like 781,000,
Wow.
subscribe. That's crazy. And just
Wow.
for her, and it's just her repeating the talking points that, guys like Tommy Sotomayor, whether you agree with him or not, guys of the past, Tom Likas, all these people, everybody, everybody. But and these people went through hell, Sandman, these people just repeating talking points, and then they just get all these subscribers. It's like, I don't know about all that. Shout out to Pyro. I think he's coming in real quick.
What's good, fellas? What's good?
Hey man, what's up, guys?
Hey, Pyro, what's up, man?
I'm doing well, Angel. So Chris, Mike, and Angel, so you guys still remember this this guy's wife trying to destroy him in the child support case, and she's still doing RP content.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? You're talking about Love Samantha, Samantha Lee, but her page is
Yes.
called Love Samantha. Let me bring her up real quick. Let me bring her up because a lot of people still don't know about this. But what's interesting, hold on for a sec. On the Corey Holcomb show last night, Corey Holcomb brought her up. He's like, though, he said like, yo, she got a whole manosphere channel talking about what men need to look out for in a woman. Meanwhile, she's dragging Tyrese in court.
Yeah.
But this is her channel. This is her channel. Love Samantha Lee. She got a whole manosphere channel.
Man,
A whole
I
manosphere
hate
channel.
this woman.
Yeah, like
Oh my God, I just hope this is the first person that I hope something really 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 bad happened to. I just
I understand because I'll say this particularly with her, like she this is an evil, like this is where you talk about a very evil, not only an evil woman, but just an evil just person. This is just a very evil, calculated, cold, maniacal like type person. Like she needs to be locked up. I don't know what, but she need to be locked. She need to be locked up for something because she is a different type of evil.
yeah.
Let me bring up the list though. Let me bring up the list. So right here, I want you guys to focus in on this paragraph. Diverting hate. Use something called the male supremacy scale to give each of these creators an extremism score. Right? So these people that you see on this list, they're classified as extremists. And we can prove it with this booklet right here. It shows you everything. So they got all the quote unquote languages that they think we use consistently on these channels. They're talking about, you see how they on this page right here, they're showing the pilling language that we have, the red pill, the black pill, the pink pill. And first of all, they included the R pill. First of all, I don't even hear people really dudes using that, but they just wanted to add that just to show that this is what kind of time that we're on. Even though that's not true.
Yeah.
But right here they show the MRAs, the PUAs, the MGTOWs. I'll probably put a link to this PDF file right here. Look how they describe the MGTOWs though, by the way. This is interesting to me. This is like they have like such like short paragraphs for the PUAs, the MRAs, and everybody else. But look how much they have for the MGTOWs. They got like this is interesting. So let's see how they describe the MGTOWs. They say similar to the MRAs, MGTOWs communities blame feminism for the woes and perceived decline of modern men. However, while MRAs and related anti-feminist groups celebrate patriarchy, What? And may advocate for confining women to the domestic sphere. MGTOW affiliates advocate for a world without what?
No, I don't agree with that.
What?
I don't
What?
agree. No, I don't agree with that. That's ridiculous.
What?
This is
Hold-
a whole paragraph of complete BS. Then they don't know nothing about MGTOW.
No, they don't know. No, that's wrong. But I don't agree with that personally, though. But that's wrong. They got that all wrong. They're just going around there and maybe promoting garbage.
This, let me repeat this sentence real quick. They said, however, while MRAs, let me see, they said MGTOW affiliates advocate for a world without women. Now, I've been following MGTOW. I've been following MGTOW creators for a minute. I've never heard one, not even the more quote unquote. I haven't even heard incels say that. So I don't know what they're talking about. I've never even heard incels or even like people that or men that really hate women. I've never heard them say that.
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't do that.
Not even first of all, not even the most evil men on the planet, the most misogynistic, whatever. Not even they would advocate a world without women.
No,
like that's not.
No way.
No. So
I mean,
that's
for me, okay, Chris. For me, when I take MGTOW, is men going their own way. That means I'm going my own way, and I'm improving my life. Well, I don't really need to improve my life, but I'm just making my life more better. Have more peace, and that's it. I'm not saying that we were going to get rid of all the women in the world. That's ridiculous. You understand? It's just a way of Well, listen. If you're gonna feel that way about how men are not, then let me go and do my thing, and I'll concentrate on doing my thing for a period of time. Then I'll come back, and whatever the case may be, though. But I'm not gonna advocate that we're gonna be a world without women. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't go that far to doing that, though. You understand? I mean, but then again, I mean, they're going around there, and then they have their own ideas or their own definitions, or maybe they're doing it on purpose just to make it look bad, or whatever the case may be, though.
Well, yeah, that's all part of it. You said just trying to make, they're trying to make that space look as bad as possible. This is why they even, if you saw earlier, they included the R pill, the R word pill, and I'm like, nobody even talks about that. That's just something that they found. That they just found, and they're like, okay, let's add that in there. So just to make the manosphere or people of the RP space look bad. Carlos X said they want men to walk away, but they don't want them to compare notes. And that's that's one of the main things of it. I agree.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, so Garrett Grant. Okay, yeah. That's what I was missing. So Garrett Grant was had more information on the Hammerhand situation, and he said they even talked to they went to even his mom.
Wow.
They went to Hammerhand's mom. Yeah.
Wow.
I was like, are you guys serious? Like, I was like, oh, okay. I was when I heard that, I was like, okay, it's official. Because I believe that the government or the FBI, Homeland Security, I believe they allow these shootings to happen. That's my opinion. I believe, and there's probably some, MK Ultra, whatever. I'm not really well versed on this, so that's probably also, when they talk about mind control and all this stuff, there might be something to that in terms of how they set up certain situations for certain young men to take the fall and have them do certain things, and then they pin the fall on, even though they set up the whole thing, and then there might be something to that. But I believe they allow these shootings to happen, because I'm like, for them to just find Hammerhand spot and his mom, that's wild. Just like, yeah. And because this happened to another YouTube creator I know, this happened to Zoe Williams. Yeah, this happened to Zoe Williams, who's not a manosphere creator per se, but there was a shooter in Dallas. this was the guy that was shooting at the police, if I'm not mistaken, and he had a manifesto, and Zoe Williams' name was on that was on that list that he emailed, even though he emailed a whole bunch of people. So, but because Zoe Williams was on the feds was at his door literally the next day. As soon as they could say Zoe Williams, the feds was like giving him all these questions and all this stuff. So it seems like when they want to find you, they can find you. So I'm talking about at any given notice. So that's why I believe they allowed these shootings to happen, because I believe they set them up and then they'll just be like, oh, I didn't know, we didn't see this coming. Nah, I'm not buying that. Let me see some of these comments that I missed. Truth Hunter said they made the list so uninformed, younger men may see them as Undead Chronic would say gay feds. Exactly.
Yeah, they are.
Let me see.
Wait a minute. Wait. What gay? Wait, say gay feds. What's that?
Oh, so Undead Chronic has a saying when he talks about, gay feds. So there are people in the industry that give information to Homeland Security, the government, the FBI, and they're also gay as well. So that would be like a lot. That would be a lot of that makes a lot of the rappers in this industry, they would qualify for that statement. So he has that term called gay feds. I remember Undead Chronic did call Meek Mill a gay fed in like 2019, 2018. I don't remember the year, but he said it a while back. And when all this stuff came out about Meek Mill, yeah, I was like, damn, I owe Undead Chronic an apology on that. He was spot on. Let me see. Carlos X said MK says what she thinks men want to hear. Who's MK? Oh, Melanie King. Yeah, Melanie King.
Say what
Yeah,
she
Melanie
thinks.
King. Yeah, she comes across as very disingenuous. And by the way, she's a divorcee. So like
Yeah.
she was in a 13 or a 14-year marriage, and then she got divorced. So
Yes.
so clearly she was the problem. It like they
I didn't
by the way,
forgot that stream that those two guys did, and Melanie King was in that stream. Like, it's like she's fighting with them, or saying like that's a lie in the comments.
I don't I may have seen that video, but I don't remember. But what
That
they were
that was a
they
stream
exposed
for
were they
real.
exposing her? Were they exposing her?
Yeah, they were exposing her on everything. It's like that black woman who got mad at that white dude who was like telling
Oh,
her she's wrong.
Tree Logic and Andrew Wilson. Okay, yeah.
Yes, it's that same situation. These two guys were live streaming the full the full um what they call it,
Just the
everything what
full,
happened.
yeah.
She divorced. Yeah,
Now,
every
I'm
single.
gonna be honest with you. So I kind of knew about her background, but I've never seen that video. But what's interesting is because I already knew like she's very disingenuous. So I've never even been compelled to quote unquote expose her, because I just felt Melanie King, she's just so fake. She's just very, it's just not, it's like when I see her talk, when I just see her appearance, she comes across as very fake. So I've never been really in a rush to expose her, but I guess I got to look that up. I must have missed that. Let me see. Wait a minute. Let me see. Kokona Mia says I like Far From Eden, but that's it. Do you guys know who Far From Eden is? I don't know why I'm blanking on
I don't know.
these.
I don't
It
know
sounds
who the heck that
No, I
is.
never heard that. Far From Eden? No, I never heard it.
sounds familiar. Far From Eden. I haven't heard of her.
Sounds like a movie, though. To be honest,
Yeah, it does.
it does. It sounds like a movie.
Let me see. Let's take a look at her channel. It says her information. Let's see. She said she joined November 8th, 2020. So let's check out her oldest video. Let's check out her oldest video. She said, I used to be a feminist in intro to my reformed opinion. Well, I don't know about that. So the thing is, they always say, I used to be a feminist once they hit the age of like 27, 28, 29. You know what I mean? So, but I'll check her out. I'll check her out eventually. Um, she said, I call out the many problems that feminism, not third wave, not second wave, the whole tidal wave. Okay, okay. Women need to hear the truth and someone needs to stick up for men. Well, I don't know. I don't know about her, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll take a look because I haven't. I'm like Far From Eden. It sounds familiar, but I never did it. But okay, I'm gonna give you an example. This is the reason why I don't really mess with a lot of the quote unquote female manosphere creators. Pyro, did you watch the stream with Undead Chronic when he interviewed Torsha? Did you see that? Oh, I forgot. Pyro. Oh, sorry, Pyro's not on this one. But Angel, do you know Torsha by any chance?
Torsha, no, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. No.
So Torsha, because she came up under. Do you know? Okay, do you know who Rolo Tomasi is?
No, I'm sorry. No. See, with me, when I go on, I just go on and I just scan through. I'm not really, I don't really like, look at, a lot of these. But no, I'm sorry. I just scan through it, whatever catches my eye, and then I just look at it, and that's it.
No, do you know what that means? You're actually like genuine about your. That means you're genuine about these because like that means you actually care about the people that's putting the message out here. Because a lot of these people that I mentioned, they're scammers. So shout out to you on that end because like a lot of these people that I mentioned, particularly like the more popular ones, are scammers. So right here, Torsha, she went on a stream with Undead Chronic, right? And this was interesting because I knew she was gonna lose her cool eventually. I knew she was gonna lose it eventually. I knew it. If you watch the Torsha stream with Undead Chronic, as soon as Undead Chronic started talking about Andrew Wilson, one of the other guys in here, this is a conservative that goes on the Whatever podcast and debates college girls. But here's the kicker: Andrew Wilson, he married a single mom. So so
wow.
Undead Chronic started attacking that part, but because Torsha is friendly with Andrew Wilson and Rebecca Wilson, I think, or Rachel Wilson, I don't know what the wife's name is. She got on the defensive and she started sticking up for single mammies. And I was like, there it is. There it is. I was like, there it is. And he started going in. Now, Undead Chronic went in on all these other people before Andrew Wilson and his wife. But she decides to draw the line at single mammies. And I was like, you see, this is why. I was like, this is why. I gotta maybe I gotta do it one day, pause, but maybe I should well, I don't know. I actually not let me not do that. But I'll probably do a reaction video to that particular segment. I don't know if I should do actually not, let me not do that. But I'll talk about that one day. Maybe I'll bring it up with Undead Chronic and how funny I found that. Because Torsha was doing so well and acting like, oh, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that. You know how women do that stuff. And but as soon as he brings up Andrew Wilson and saying that Rebecca Wilson's kids has ADD, all different dads, she she lost it. She was like, no, and I was like, here it is. So yeah, Torsha, she came out the bag. Well, she's came out the bag a lot of times, but when she did that video with Undead Chronic, I was like, oh, she not ready.
Yeah,
She's
more
gonna
likely what probably happened is the Undead Chronic was testing her though, so that's why what they say, you keep a woman talking long enough, they'll tell about themselves, and that's what probably happened though in this case.
Yeah. Oh, I saw something in the comments that I missed. But shout out to Kakuna Mia for bringing up Far From Eden. I'll check her out. She'll probably pop up on my algorithm just because I searched her, and the way the algorithm works on my YouTube. This is why I subscribe to a lot of the Manosphere channels, even the ones I don't even agree with, just to make sure my algorithm stays a certain way. But let me look. I saw something in the comments, something crazy. Let me see. People are talking about how the Truth Hunter is talking about his let me see. He said, yo, Carlos, for a while I would see an internet Wi-Fi link called FBI was right around the time my pops was arrested. So people are starting to say some crazy wild stuff in here in this chat. He said they probably was checking to see if I was involved. Wi-Fi link was called FBI van. What in the hell?
No.
What in the? He was caught with certain material. Nah. He said he was caught with bomb making stuff.
Oh wow.
The fuck? Yeah, Truth Hunter. We probably gotta talk about that more in depth. Oh, Pyro, let me get Pyro back on.
Yeah.
Pyro, do you remember that stream? Did you ever see that stream with Undead Chronic and when he did the show with Torsha?
Yes. I've seen that stream. I couldn't stop laughing.
It was funny how like she was agreeing with everything that he was saying, quote unquote, until he mentioned Andrew Wilson. That was, to me, that was great.
Yes.
She was agreeing with everything, quote unquote, even though she was capping. But oh, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that. But as soon as he mentioned, when I mentioned the ADD joke about Rebecca
Yes.
Wilson, then she was like, no, and then it turned into from defending the Wilsons to defending all single mammies. Then it went into, oh, why don't you hold the men accountable for making them single moms? And
Wow.
I'm like, well, here we
She
go.
she pulled that beat up card.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't even hear the difference. You didn't even hear the difference, But I
Yeah.
saw that coming. I'm like, watch. Because what I like about Undead Chronic, and people think it's just it's like Undead Chronic, the Star Report, Corey Holcomb. The reason why I love these guys, because they'll talk crazy about a whole bunch of things. It's not just
Yes.
one thing that they'll
Not
just attack. They'll say a whole bunch of things, but people will draw the line at certain things, and it'll be like, I'm not watching Chronic anymore, or I'm not watching Corey Holcomb anymore. I'm like, so
that's true.
you was cool with all of this that he was saying, but you're gonna draw the line at this. I find that, to me, I find that interesting because even with when it comes to Chronic, when it comes to Star, Corey Holcomb, you think I agree with everything that they say? No.
No.
But for me I'm gonna draw the line where he says this, but then laugh key ha 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 when he's doing all. Come on, me personally, I don't like that. I think you can't just draw the line with this and then laugh like a hyena with everything. Nah, and then just be like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't be offended, but don't be like, oh man, you don't know what you're talking about after he attacks the one thing that you don't that you don't agree with. That's just me.
I agree with you 100%. Like
Yeah.
pe- people are like these are the same people who said it's just a joke. Why are you so offended? But as he tell somebody a joke about something you're sensitive about, it's not funny. Oh my god! Don't you guys got feelings? Oh, in your goddamn ears. Like nobody wants to hear it.
Oh, Garrett, shout out to Garrett Grant in the chat. He because he saw the torture stream too. It was funny because it went from defending I thought she was just gonna defend the Wilsons, but then just be like, she'll just be cool about it and just not make a big deal about it. But she went in from defending the Wilsons to defending single mammies to pulling that card. Why don't you hold the man? I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, wow, okay. This is where we're this it seems like we always end up back in the same situation. I don't know if anybody's in the chat that watches the 5150 show. It's almost like I was watching Darlene, the only
It's your
female
fault.
co-host, talking about,
It's your
well, it's your fault. Why don't the men like, oh, here we go. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like, it's like if I was talking to a feminist, the average feminist. The same thing.
yeah, Chris.
It's crazy. But anyways, back to the list. Back to the
Yeah,
list.
thanks again for showing me the 5150 show. If you remember that live stream you showed me, it was so funny that I have to like rewatch it all the way back.
Oh yeah, so you watched the whole show. That's what I
Yes.
remember you. Yeah. So I told Pyro, well, I asked Pyro, watch the segment with Corey Holcomb where he talks about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant and how cold-blooded he was on his assessment on her. And basically Corey Holcomb was saying, look, man, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, you're only on these places because men want to screw you. That's it. You
Yes.
offer nothing else. And he was just pretty straight to the point to it. And I wanted to show Pyro that, just to show that, trust me, we're not as mean as people claim us to be, right?
Yes.
Trust me. Like like I said, Corey Holcomb, he's an OG. He's like 52, 53 years old. So he's just gonna say it straight from the hip, exactly how he feels on that. So it is what it is. What it is on that segment. But back to that. I'm glad you saw Papyrus. I'm glad you saw the whole show. This is what I've been watching every Tuesday since what 20. I want to say 2018 because the Corey Holcomb, the 5150 show has been going on longer than that, but I could never watch it live until 2018 because they used to run the live platform off of Ustream. I don't know if you know, it was off a different platform. So they started doing YouTube live streaming in 2018. But I saw the 5150 Corey Holcomb show in like 2016 for the first time. But I could only see the segments on YouTube but I couldn't see it live. So I would
Yeah.
watch I would
The
watch the
snippets.
show on YouTube like the next day, and then I'd see some clips here and there from Corey Holcomb on the Zoe Williams show. But yeah, this has been every Tuesday for the past damn near 6 to 7 years of my life. I've been getting educated. Like, it's almost like I'm going back to school. You know what I mean? When I watch that show,
Yes.
it filled in, like, the 5150 show filled in a lot of the blanks that I was missing. Pause. So that show has been very instrumental, like, to my life. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. I owe the 5150 show, like say if I got like a bag or something, and like say if Corey Holcomb had like a kid somewhere and he needed some money, I would reach out to the kid, be like, yo, do you want this money? That's how much I owe that show. So it's really that instrumental. But anyway, let me go back to the list. Now, let me go over the people in this list, right? Sandman, MGTOW creator. He kind of put me on to the AI revolution that we have. He was way ahead of his time when it came to the AI stuff. So shout out to Sandman. The real MTR, I know you guys know who that is, but the real MTR, unfortunately, now is on the list with
Of course
Extreme.
he is.
So now you have MTR, who is on there's a picture of MTR in a binder. And then in the next page, you got like an African warlord that's doing all types of nonsense. And you got like a sand ninja with a turban doing whatever he's doing. And then in the next page, you got the real MTR. Isn't that interesting? That's wild. If you think about it, that's wild.
Yeah.
In terms of the extremists, I'm talking about the stuff that people are doing overseas. Like I'm talking about like real dirt to kids, women, and then the next page you see Steph is cold. You see Steph is cold's picture. I'm like, what? What? You got Aaron, the Legion of Men? Are you kidding me? Hold on for a second. I don't know. People might not
And
know
I
who
know these guys. I know these guys.
Let me bring up Legion of Man because I think it's funny.
I mean,
Legion,
isn't that the
he might be he might be the nicest dude in the manosphere in this space. He's very like non-combative. He's very soft-spoken. He doesn't raise his voice. Like I'm just like, so you're putting him on this list, on this extremist list, and his channel is really more about brotherhood, really more than anything, and just
I'm getting good?
men coming together and just improving themselves.
Yes.
It's not even about women doing this or women doing that. And look at one of the first videos he sees. How men distract themselves with video games and how to use negative imagination for success. Now, this is actually something that that a feminist would even agree with in terms of, because you know how women hate that men play video games and stuff like that. But even him, these are the videos that he has, but he's on a list with extremists. That's it's that's funny to me. Let me see. I see Carlos X. He said something here. I've only seen clips. I didn't find him there. I've seen him on the comedy show. I'm curious now, though. We'll check it out. Let me see. Carlos X said, I've only seen clips. I didn't find him that funny when I saw him on the comedy competition show a long time ago. I'm curious now, though. We'll check it out. Oh, he's probably talking about Corey.
Yeah.
Probably talking about Corey.
He is. Yeah, something like
Oh,
on the chronic. He is like he hates Legion of Men for some reason, or he doesn't like him.
but that's the interesting part. When you see a lot of these people on this list, it's a lot of people that on this list that the MGTOWs don't even fool with, if you know what I'm saying, right? If you look at the list, a lot of people don't really like the real MTR. A lot of people don't like the Legion of Men. A lot of people I know don't like Rolo, Fresh and Fit, Rich Cooper, Just Pearly. I don't like Just Pearly, right? Steph is Cold doesn't have a whole lot of haters. That's why I found him funny that he was on this list. Steph is Cold is funny. Like I legitimately find Steph is Cold. Like I should be subscribed to him if I'm not mistaken. I gotta be subscribed to him. Let me see. Steph is Cold. I know I have to be subscribed. Steph is Cold. It's not okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm subscribed. So Steph is Cold. He's funny. He's actually a funny dude, but I don't understand how he's on this list this list with extremists. What could he what could have Steph is Cold has said to qualify him to be, you know what I mean? But back to the point, a lot of these people on this list, oh yeah, 21 Studios. A lot of MGTOWs don't really fool with 21 Studios. So this is why this is why I even say this, and shout out to AJ for pointing this out. It doesn't matter if you consider yourself MGTOW, PUA, RP, whatever, manosphere, whatever you want to label yourself as, at the end of the day, they just all see us as
An
incel
extremist.
virgins, incel virgins extremists. That's how they see
Yeah.
us as, all of us. You know what I mean? So AJ
I
is
mean,
right on that point
they
where we can't be beefing over beefing, over nothing. You know what I mean? So I do, shout out to AJ on that, because he is right on that, because they just look at us as the same, no matter
Mhm.
where we come from. They look at Legion of Men as, oh, you're just a Andrew Tate wannabe, right? Or they'll look at Aaron Clary, oh, you're just a Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate wannabe, even though a lot of these people were probably here before, in this space before Tate or Just Pearly Things, etc. So even though, like, I'll say this, me personally on this list, outside of Just Pearly Things, I can tolerate most of these people. I'm not saying I'm big fans of these people, but I can tolerate most of them. So, for example, I like Sandman. I like the real MTR, even though I don't consider him a Manosphere channel, but because of his content, they just consider him an extremist. Legion of Men, I don't really have an opinion on his content. It's just he just is what he is. Rolo, I've grown to like Rolo. Believe it or not. I just don't like the PUA stuff.
Yeah,
The reason why
I
I've
agree.
grown I've grown to like Rolo, the reason why is because he's been targeted by paid operatives, meaning Destiny, these people. I remember Rolo had made a tweet last year. He I don't know if I can bring it up, but he said something interesting. He said men in their 20s, this is what they need to do to be successful. They need to get they need he said men in their 20s, if you want to be successful, you have to do this, blah 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 blah. But the main point is what people focused on is, he said you need to get a vasectomy, and people roasted him for that
Oh,
opinion.
so he's
So
telling them to be sexually responsible.
so, but what was interesting is he got roasted for that. And I was surprised that he got roasted for that, because there's a lot of things that Rolo have said that I just completely disagree with. But he got roasted for that. I was like, okay, that's interesting. Then, after getting roasted by Sneeko, Destiny, all these weirdos, right? I'm meaning the weirdos on the conservative side, right? Because they were trying
Mhm.
to say that Rolo was trying to tell people men to be a transformer, and I was like, what? But I was like, okay, all right, whatever. But what was interesting is, remember when Fresh got into the trouble that he did, and
Mhm.
everybody, and then remember, I showed you the clip of the woman that went on a male podcast, and she said the exact same thing that Rolo Tomasi said. That he said that she said that athletes should get a vasectomy, and then they should not tell the woman that and the woman got no hate for saying the exact
Yeah,
same thing that Rolo Tomasi said. And I was like, what? I was like,
because
wow.
it's a
So
woman saying it.
sorry, say that again.
It's because it's a woman saying it, so everybody will eat it up.
Let me see if I can bring that up. That because I made a video on that. So I was like, so Rolo says it. You're calling him. He's trying to mutilate men or whatever. Make men transformers or whatnot. A woman says it later on when she's trying to advise Negro athletes, right? These people, and now she's a genius. How? I gotta bring that up. I gotta bring that up because it was men in the comment section like, she's a genius. But I'm like, Roland Tomasi said the same thing last year. They they destroyed him. Hold on for a second. Let me bring this up. Let me see if I can bring this up. Yeah, this is right here. Right here. I said Tradcon Men. If you don't see the title, I said Tradcon man owe Rolo Tomasi an apology. Right? Let me see. And this was the video I was talking about. This broad here. And like I said, there are who else? Even who I think there are scum points. Right? And I'm not on him. It's just the PUA stuff. I just wish he wasn't tops. There's you
can get with the thoughts, maybe making sperm to go the most virile that you are. You go to 10. Now going to start a business.
Oh yeah, and also by the way, I don't know what podcast that's from. But she said, I have a solution for the NBA's biggest problem, IG thoughts, right here. This is the video.
For thought protection. Yeah. And what I am going to do is advise these young guys on what to do. What do? First up, you go to 10 fertility clinics around the world and you save your sperm and you freeze it at 17 years old. The most virile that you are, you go in, you play Uno with yourself, buy solo Uno, and you save your sperm in all these different areas of the world, right? Mm-hmm. You've got enough baby making sperm to go around so that when you want kids for real, you got it. Then you go ahead and you get yourself a vasectomy ASAP Rocky. Quick 3-day job. So now you'll never, ever, ever have to run into this problem. One, you never have to think about getting her pregnant. You can get with the thoughts in and out. And you know what? You never have to think about getting her pregnant. You can get with the thoughts. You don't even have to tell them that you have been vasectomized. You don't have to say I'm fixed. And then they're thinking like, ooh, I got him to go raw. We went Uno with no protection. We went Uno with no umbrella. And like at some point, he's going to put a baby in me. And she's just going to stay and stay and stay. You know what? Now, no custody payments, no child support, nothing. And when you find a girl that's not a thought, because I can snuff out a thought pretty quick. These guys, they don't know. They're just with thoughts so much. They're around the thoughts so much. They don't even know what I am now going to start a business.
Now, this is where I was like, bruh, this is exactly what Rolo said, but he got ripped for it. So right here, this is that tweet that went viral when he said the quickest path to becoming a high value man. Do not get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, live consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus. Now, there are things on this list I already disagreed with, right? So I said this. I was like, all this stuff about live consistently, learn game, and all this stuff. And all this, I was like, that's what I took from the tweet, but everybody focused on the vasectomy part. And they took with it and they ran with it. I was shocked that people were crying over that part. I was shocked, but now this woman says the same thing a year later, and I showed people the comment section. It was men in there calling her a genius. And I was like, you know what? Bruh. I was like, okay. I'm like, this is what we're doing, I guess. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, it's one of those it's not what he said, it's how the way he said it moment.
Carlos X said, what's under Rolo's beanie? I don't know if that's a I'll be laughing, and then I'd find it hilarious if that's really a if that ponytail he has is a clip on. That would be funny to me. It wouldn't be surprising. I've seen dudes be doing that, having a clip on ponytail to make themselves look a certain way. That would not be surprising to me. Let me see. The Carlos X said the list. Well, hold on. Let me bring up the list while he says this. So Carlos X says the list is like a teenager trying to put together a greatest filmmaker list. Lots of basic picks like Tarantino, Wes Anderson, Spielberg, etc. Like the list that they pick is just like, okay, who's the person that's who's been on Fresh and Fit show? Okay, let's write that down. Okay, who did Andrew Tate mention, and who mentioned Andrew Tate? Okay, him. Who's got the most subscribers? Okay, him. That's how they made the list. There's no like science behind this male supremacy scale metric thing. You know what I mean? There's no real science behind that.
Yeah,
But anyway,
all they do is just write down who was related to who was talking the same point. That's about it.
who's been on whose show? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So yeah, so that's how they did it. So
just
enough of Rolo. Enough of Rolo. But Fresh and Fit, um, I'm mixed on them because obviously they're scammers, but I feel bad because Fresh is my twin, so I don't want to OD be dogging on him. And when it comes to Myron's from Connecticut, and I'm from Connecticut, so I don't
Oh
try
wow.
to. Yeah, so specifically he's from Stratford, uh,
Oh okay.
but obviously Stratford. I don't live in Stratford, but I there's a lot of towns I know in Connecticut, and I know the humor that Myron tries to do. It's I know where that comes from, and then also another thing, Myron, I don't mind him that much, even though he's a Fed. The
hmm
reason why is even though he repeats everybody's talking points, at least he's good at retaining information in his head. So if he has to argue with a broad, he's not gonna look like a he doesn't look lost when he's doing a debate because he's good at retaining information at a short or long period of time. So out of all the how do I say it? Out of all the people, they'll probably be less likely to debate a Myron, even though I don't find him impressive because he just repeats everybody else, but at least he's kind of good at doing that. So I'll give him a pass. And then I only give Fresh a pass because he looks exactly like me. So that's literally the only reason why I give him a pass. And so now let's go on to Rich Cooper. Um Rich Cooper, have you guys heard of Rich Cooper? What do you feel about Rich, to be honest with you?
I don't
I
know.
heard
Personally, I don't know who that is though. For me personally, I only know
Hmm.
like about at least three on the list, and that's it. And Rich Cooper's not one of them, so I don't know. I can't really tell you.
I don't know. I heard about this person, but I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember one bit.
So when it comes to Rich Cooper,
Hmm.
I'll be honest with you. Um I don't really have an opinion on him per se. Even though I've seen a lot of his stuff, but I'm very neutral on him. I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm not even subscribed to his channel, but I've seen some things. Now he has a lot of flaws in terms of he was going out with a single mammy at one point. I don't know if he's still doing that, but and on top of that, I remember he was dissing the MGTOWs. I don't know if he's still doing that nonsense. So I'm kind of a bit. I'm like, I don't really know what to feel about him, but his channel is it's all right. But I'll say this: I do remember he had like a show where it was a black dude that came on and um it was one of these blue pill ninjas, right? And you could tell he was like in his early 30s or mid 30s, early 30s. And he came on the Rich Cooper show, and Rich Cooper's like, okay, tell me what's on your mind. And the guy was like, well, man, I don't know, like these single moms, it's like they like me, they really like me. I'm like, oh
No.
Lord have mercy. I wish I saved that. It was specifically on Rich Cooper's channel. That's the only thing I remember. And I was like, "Oh Lord, is he gonna tell him?" And then Rich Cooper had to kind of like let him down easy. He's like, "Well, when it comes to got women like this, they're not really, But like I said, at the time, Rich Cooper couldn't put down the hammer on him because Rich Cooper is guilty of these same of these same things, falling for single mammies. So Um,
All he could say is, for me, I went through the same thing. So it's like this and this and this. He could say that.
yeah, he could put his pain out there, just be like, look, I did the same mistake. Don't do what I did. And
Yeah.
like I said, I would tell that dude. Well, it would be weird as a 26-year-old, telling a dude in his early 30s, look, I'm trying to give you the game. No, I would just tell that guy, like, look, when it comes to single mammies, right? These people, they don't love you. They're looking for help. That's the
Yeah.
simplest way that I can
Provided.
put it.
Hmm.
And particularly when you're dealing with women of a certain age, past the age of, and I know people might disagree with me on this, but after the age of, I'll say after college age, like after the age of 23, you're not really dealing with a woman that actually likes you for you. Now she's factoring other things. Now she's factoring whether you could quote unquote provide, if you have a house, if you have a
Yeah.
car, if you have a job. It's less of the raw attraction and it's more of a, they're looking
What you can do
for,
for me.
exactly. Exactly. Like what can you provide me? What can you do for me? And so that factors into the quote unquote attraction. So
Yeah.
when you're dealing with women over a certain age, that's what they're looking for. And so now when you're, especially now you're dealing with a single mammy at any age, mind you, now they're quote unquote looking for a good guy. Now they're looking for a safe haven. So they look at you at your mid 30s. I'm talking about the guy that was on Rich Cooper's show.
Yeah.
And they're looking at you, you got a receding hairline, but you look like a responsible black man, right? He has that one of those responsible black man look, that
Yes.
look is
Hmm.
like, it's not, he don't got no
He has a great
earrings,
future look.
whatever. Just imagine, Future without no tattoos, but a nice, respectable haircut and a regular plaid shirt. He looks like he came from work from construction. Just looks like a responsible black. He looks like one of those guys, right? A square,
Yes.
right? So now guys like that are going to be targets for single mammies because they're like, okay, I can lay up under him and have him take care of this bastard.
And Chris,
So yeah.
Chris, I always try to tell these people, look, just picture her without any kids. Would she still be with you if she didn't have any kids?
Oh, I remember a woman, it was an African woman on Twitter. She said, I don't know if she came up with a quote, but I'm gonna give her credit. She did, and it's probably came from somebody else, but she said, single moms, how do I say this? A single mom is like somebody like she would only pick. I'm saying it wrong, but it's like, I don't know why I'm blanking on the quote, but it's like, if she wasn't a single mom, she would not choose you.
Yes.
Right.
Or
I
some
agree.
she said it in a different way. I don't know how to say it, but it was like pretty cold blooded. She's like, the definition. Oh yeah, she said a definition of a stepfather is somebody that a single mom would choose. No, she said a definition of a stepfather is a man that a woman chooses if she that is a man that a woman would not choose if she didn't have kids. That's what she said.
Yes.
That's exactly what the tweet said. She said the definition of a stepfather is a man that a woman would not choose if she didn't have any kids. So that was cold blooded. That was one of the cold blooded tweets I've seen. That was from an African woman, mind you, that said that.
Yes.
So
And I agree with that.
that's so when you are a man and you saying single mammies like no, they're saying you look like a person that she can use,
Yeah.
so but somebody
She
had to
doesn't
tell
really
that
care.
guy that, you
Hmm.
know. And I will even say this specifically, I say don't even smash a woman like that, because you can end up getting trapped. You can end up getting
Yeah.
trapped like that. Or
AJ,
quote unquote,
yeah, AJ,
quote
tell it
unquote.
best. Don't date single mothers. Don't even have intercourse with them, don't talk to them. AJ said it best.
But like I said, I can speak from experience because I've I've messed with single moms, so I can't say like, oh, I've never done this. So, and I understand, yeah, oh, but it's a layup, and nah, don't do it. It's not. Trust me, it's not worth it because now think about it like in this way, right? I almost pulled off a fresh. Think about this. Never mind. But um, um, think
Just like
about
your
it this
twin.
way. Yeah, just like that's fresh always says think about this.
Oh,
Think about this. That's like his favorite. That's his favorite phrase. Yeah, yeah. I have to do like a show with Fresh and just be like, bro, I gotta expand your vocabulary. So we're gonna find this alleged speech therapist that you say that you're with, but clearly it's not working. And we're gonna make sure we get you right. We're gonna get you right. But
Chris, my my version of single moms are like when somebody has like a big fridge and has like $5,000 in their name, but they don't really have a vehicle to carry their fridge. Like they have $5,000 in their name, and they have a cheap GMC for at least 4,000 $5,000, and but they want a Lamborghini or a Porsche or a Ferrari, but they have to go with the Honda
with
Civic or the
exactly.
GMC. Hmm.
Yeah.
So
That's actually a great analogy. That's a
yeah,
great analogy where
that's how
it's like
women look at it. Hmm.
where basically it really should be them by themselves, but because the kids represent like the fridge or the
Yeah.
whatever they have, they accidentally bought something from Home Depot and they realized, shoot, I can't put this in a nice car. I'm gonna need a truck or I'm gonna
Yes.
need a I'm gonna need a. That's actually a perfect analogy. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's single mammies. But yeah, Rich Cooper, he can tell you about single mammies himself. um, no disrespect, but it is what it is. Like he literally fell in love with one. But back to here, back to here. Just Pearly things. I've already told you guys what I thought about Just Pearly. She's what you call controlled opposition. That's how to say it. Controlled opposition. I've done videos on her being a fraud. Even like I did videos of her being a fraud before black people started being like, man, you were one of the first ones. And black people was like, particularly black males were simping over Just Pearly. And even at that time, before the Nick Fuentes thing, I was like, Just Pearly's a fraud. But a lot of ninjas had to learn the hard way with Just Pearly. Um
So something was just weird about her. I just like I just couldn't put my finger on it. Like she just seemed something just wrong with her. Like she's she's like it's like she's aspire something to me the first time I saw her.
well, if you look at her, like I used to see videos of her even before even before I even kind of knew of her. I remember she used to drop videos talking about white girl reacting to this video, white girl react. I'm like, oh, she's one of those. And I just basically dismissed her. Yeah, she used to have videos like that. I don't know if I can look it up, but like on her channel, she used to literally have her reacting to like just random videos, and it'll just be white girl reacting to this, white girl reacting to that, her referring to her. So I'm like, oh, okay, she's okay. And I just kind of ignored her from there. Like her rise has been crazy. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But the reason why I don't mess with Just Pearly personally is because she tried to me to a black man, and I'm not
Yeah.
for that. That's me. That's if you already on that type of time where you meet to in your former trainer, and I'm looking, the story that you give was so full of caca that you deleted the original video so other people couldn't find out. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So if you on that Me Too type things, you're definitely not a quote unquote um ally. Oh yeah, educated Tyrone said Rich Cooper is chill, but I don't watch him that much. Yeah, Rich Cooper, he has like a chill-ish type demeanor. This is why I did find it confusing that he doesn't say anything crazy on his channel as well. That's another thing. Rich Cooper seems he's very like soft spoken. He's not like yelling type dude. So that's the people that they got on this list is funny to me. Harps and Desire says I seen people trying to say that Abba and Preach are male supremacy adjacent. Are you
Nah, they're
kidding me?
PUAs, but
Well, Abba and Preach, they're just clowns. I don't trust those guys. And shout out to Reaper. I'll say this, Reaper's one of the first people to be like, yo, I don't, when it comes to, particularly when it comes to Abba, he pointed this out first. I'm talking about out of everybody. So I want to give him his credit. He said, I just don't trust this dude. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna have to give you your credit. I'm gonna be on that bandwagon. I don't trust Abba. Maybe it's just me, but when I saw him doing that video where he dancing with Destiny's girl in front of him, I didn't like that.
yeah,
I just me.
that's the ultimate disrespect. You can hear Destiny all you want, but certain lines like, bro, no, you cannot be doing that. Even though he's this type of way, you cannot be doing that. That's some soccer type stuff.
And I feel like people know who to try, and you knew that Destiny wasn't gonna smack you for doing that, and you knew that they have a weird type of relationship, so you pulled it. That was me. Like I didn't see Melanie on these other male podcasts, and even they kind of try to tiptoe around what Melanie is, right? The Destiny's ex-wife, right? Even they didn't even really try to disrespect her or disrespect Destiny about Melanie in front of his face. But here, out of all the people that did it, it was Abba that went in there and basically snaked Destiny in front of him. That's supposed to be your friend, and you kind of made him look crazy on stream. That to me, I didn't like that, and and maybe maybe being too harsh, being a one strike and you're out type thing, but me, I that rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, oh, you one of those kind of guys. All right, okay.
He's pushing it at this point.
And Reaper said it best. He's one of those dudes that be like, man, I know that's your sister, but I fell in love with your sister. Man, out of all these broads you can get, you fall in love with my sister. Come on, man. Or he's one of those like that's what Reaper was saying. He said like he's one of those dudes like you'll have a girl and he'll end up falling in love with your girl or something. Yeah. I know that. I'm like, come on, out of all these broads, you quote unquote falling in love with come on, man. We can't be doing that. Yeah, Abba he does strike me as that type of guy to do something like that. Out of all these broads you can bump, you trying to pull that on Destiny's broad who belongs to the whole streets, the galaxy. Come on, man. That was to me that was low. Because we all know Destiny's ex-wife belonged to the galaxy. So every time she would go on these male podcasts, they would just kind of handle her with kid gloves because they kind of like they just want to just okay, all right, she's here, whatever. Because no men don't really even want to be with her in public like that. But I didn't like that because I remember seeing Melina, right? She went on the Fresh and Fit panel, whatever, and they still handled her with kid gloves. But Abba pulled that nonsense. That's I don't like that, But that's just me. Let me see. Educated Tyrone. He said, "Did you already talk about Shannon Sharp?" Oh Lord. So Angel, you saw that too. You saw that too, right? Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah. Shannon Sharp. He's an interesting character. Yeah, he got some interesting shows. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So there's a leak that came out on Twitter where Shannon Sharp was basically live on IG, but I guess he forgot to turn IG live off, and it were some sex sounds coming from his bedroom with him and a broad. I think, in my opinion, I think that was set up. So because people kept saying that Shannon Sharp was gay and all that stuff, so I think he did that on purpose. That could be. That's just me. I could be wrong about that. I think he set that up. It people don't understand, to set up IG live, it's not just one button. You got to press a lot of things to get on IG live. So
Yeah.
I think that was a setup. I think that was a setup to show that Shannon Sharp wasn't gay. That's just me. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Educated Tyrone said just Pearly is the worst, but I'll say this. I used to think that, but that's not true. Samantha Lee is the worst by far. I'm talking about, it's not even close. It's not even close. The stuff that Samantha Lee did, and I'll say this: Just Pearly, what she did was diabolically evil. What she tried to pin on her former personal trainer slash coach, that was evil as well, with the Me Too, the fake Me Too
Me
story.
too.
Yeah,
I hate
but
when women do that.
yeah, that gets on my nerves as well. So, and I'll say Just Pearly, she makes the space look bad. She just makes the space look bad. She's, I just wish she would just go away. No disrespect to her. I just wish she would just go away. Um Educated Tyrone said, I say more violent rhetoric on my channel than most of these on that list, but then again, most black pillars probably do. Oh man, that's why I say, when they made that list, that's clearly a very uninformed person that made that list. Shout out to Gluten Sensitivity Reader. I saw a lot of your comments. I was seeing you. He says some things you don't just do to people. Yeah, like what Abba did, that was weak sauce. That was weak sauce. Let me see. I think, yeah, Educated Tyrone said, I think Preach is more trustworthy than Abba for what it's worth. I believe so as well. I don't think Preach is that bad. I think, well, here's the thing. Preach is Haitian, right? So what a lot of people don't understand, when a lot of people from other cultures, they come to the United States, they try to fit in. Now, they might come across as gay or soft, but when they were in their other countries, they were doing crazy stuff. So remember when Fresh and Fit thought they was gonna fight Abba and Preach, but they didn't realize Preach has like a fighting background. Like he's former bodyguard. He knows how to use weapons. He's good with machetes. Like Preach is no joke. Preach is not a person that you could just roll up on. So I'm pretty sure back when Preach was in Haiti or whatever other country he was in during, because I don't think Preach lived in Haiti, but I think I remember he was doing something else in another country. But guys like that be having like violent backgrounds and you have no idea. But because you see them one day, with a French accent and they have a scarf on and they're in America, you think they soft, but trust me, they're not. I know too many personal examples of this. I will say, there's a lot of Haitian, because I have a Haitian background. There's a lot of Haitian dudes I know. You think that they put the scarf on, they put the nice little shoes on and whatever, and you think they're soft. They're not. Trust me, they're not. They're trying to fit into what they think the American culture is, and unfortunately, what the norm is for American males in this culture in the West is to wear these things that makes them resemble fruit boys, right? So they wear these things because, okay, they're like, okay, this is part of the culture, but they're trust me, they're not fruity. They're trust. Don't try them. They'll they'll do something to you. So that don't try those guys. That's just my piece of advice. Even the West Africans, when they come over to the United States, I remember seeing a lot of these dudes especially in New York. I remember in 2011, 2012, I was in New York seeing the ball drop with my family, and I was seeing a lot of these African dudes. They was wearing skinny jeans, whatever, blah blah blah, and I was like, these guys look gay. But then I saw them talk, and I'm like, oh, they're not gay. I thought I legit. It was like I was like, oh, these are. I guess I'm like, well, I guess these are a group of gay African men. Oh, okay, but I heard them talk. As soon as I heard, I'm like, oh, they're not gay. They're not gay. Never mind. They were like they're trust me, they're not gay. It's just they're just trying to fit into the culture. So when
Yeah,
they're
that
trying to
happens. That
fit
happens with
in,
different groups, though. Yeah, they when they
yeah,
come in from different countries, though, that's what they do. They try to fit in. It's not a matter of them looking GAY. They're just trying to fit in. They, for the
yeah.
most part, they do.
Mm-hmm.
I've
It's
noticed
just
that.
people don't. Well, it's like people that don't really hang out with like different groups of like races. Like
Right.
for example, people don't pick up on these things. Like when I play soccer, right? There's certain rates. There's certain countrymen, right? Like Uruguayans, Argentinians, Chileans, when they play, they try to win at whatever cost. So they'll try to pull at your leg, they'll try to touch your, you know what? They try to be real aggressive with you. They'll do whatever. I'm talking about whatever it takes to win. So people will take that and they'll be offended, like if they try to do something to him, or if they try to bite them or something, or they try to say something. Even they'll like if you play with a Portuguese player, they'll try to say something racist to you. But what people don't understand is they're when these people play soccer, they're sons of bitches. They're gonna do whatever it takes. So you can't really let that go under your skin. You just got to understand the culture that they're coming from, right? Or how about this? You know, when it comes to knowing other countries, right? People don't understand when it comes to Eastern Europeans, them calling a black person a monkey is the least of their problems. They have bigger beefs. Like they I'm talking about I done seen a group of Slovenians, Slovakians about to fight each other over nothing. I'm talking about over nothing. And you'd be like, yo, what happened? Oh, his family's this and his and you I'm talking about there's a whole lot of family dramas when it comes to the Balkans, the Albanians. It's
Yeah,
and they're
that's true.
and just
That's
because
true.
they
Yeah.
live in a certain country, just because they live in Sweden, does not mean that they're not Bosnian. And there's it's so confusing. Unless if you experience it yourself, you don't know. And so if you if, so them calling, I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to downplay racism. I'm just saying a lot of these guys, what they call a black person one day when in passing is the least of their concerns. They have way bigger fish to fry. That's how much involved in beefs that they're in. I'm talking about with their own brothers and sisters and their cousins. Like you'll be like, because their cousin, like say if they're, I'll take for example, if they're, you know, Slovakian or whatever, and their cousin marries some dude from Slovenia or whatever, it's a whole beef just over that. And mind you, they're all white, but there's a difference.
No, it is.
It's a difference. It's just
Yeah, it is.
from our vantage point, we don't see it, but it's a different world. It's a different world. That's just something I had to learn. Let me see some of these comments. I'm missing a lot of them. Let me see. Destiny brought it upon himself, but yeah, that was pretty effed up. Like in a party when a guy brings a guitar and steals the steals all the attention. Scumbag. Harps of Desire. I've experienced that. The douchebag with the guitars
Yes, always them. It's always them.
with no
Always.
shirt, with the way Family Guy portrayed it, no shirt, no shoes or socks, but just pants, and he's just
Don't tell me about shirt, but the shirt is like button opened.
with a backwards hat. Oh man, that's
Yes.
funny. I saw that when I was a kid, man. That was funny. Oh man, that just brought me back. Pause. Let me see. Educated. Oh yeah, on that. Let me see. The Saucecast video. Myron was pretty chill with Melina. Yeah, I saw the video where Melina was when Myron was in the debate thing and Melina was talking. I was like, man, Myron is a better man than me. I would have brought up Melina's whole dirt, like her whole dating stuff. I would have brought all of that up because Melina was saying all types of backhanded stuff about men in his space and all this stuff. Meanwhile, her whole life is a mess. I'd have brought that up. Oh, Gary Grant says Shannon Sharp pulled a Jamal Murray. I believe that as well. I believe that as well. Shannon Sharp let that thing leak is because he's trying to combat the gay stuff. That's what he's trying to do. And I am not going to replay the sounds on this stream. I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. That was. I don't even want. I'm not even gonna describe that joint to you because now I'm haunted forever for listening to that. I cannot believe I listened to that. Oh, I'll say the worst thing I ever like heard was the snippet of Meek Mill when they said that was I don't know. Well, they say it wasn't Meek Mill, but when they said it was allegedly Meek Mill and Diddy in a room, and they said they allegedly had the audio to that, I was like, no, that was the sounds of hell, literally. So I'm that was the worst thing I ever heard in my life. But but people were saying that it wasn't them. So I don't know about that. But when that leaked, I was like, dude. No, but for the Shannon Sharp thing, when that leaked, he's just trying to he's a yeah. Somebody said it. Shannon Sharp is a troll. Yeah, he's trolling. Yeah. The
I have
educated
heard
Tyrone.
audio.
Oh, the Shannon Sharp audio.
Was it like somebody in the background? A guy said, "Don't you run away from me? You know what was gonna happen." I don't remember what audio that was, but it sounded kind of gay. And he said, "Yes." What the fuck is this?
Oh, you
He
talking
said,
about the Meek Mill and
"Don't
Diddy thing?
wasn't
Or
it like don't you know why you came here? Don't run away from me."
oh Lord, I didn't hear that one. But but I was talking about something different. Like they were saying this was Meek Mill and Diddy in the act.
Yeah,
That's what they had the audio of. I was like, oh hell
I
no.
heard that one. I heard that one.
Oh yeah, shout out to educated Tyrone. He understands the Slavic beef, the Slav beef. Like, yeah, they be beefing, bro. People have no idea. I'm talking about people be getting shot over this. Like these like when it comes to Eastern Europeans, they're just hood white people that speak different languages.
Yeah,
That's all they are.
That's true. Yep, that's true.
Let me see. Jokic and Luka is from the trenches of Yugoslavia.
Yeah,
Facts.
man.
I'll say this. Remember, Jokic's brothers, they didn't they get in trouble for like beating up one of the people in the stands? Like they're goon. Like Jokic's brothers are like legit hood rat goons. It's just nobody's saying it. It's because they're Caucasian, so people are not gonna look at them like hood rat goons. But that's what they are. That's what they are.
They look the same to me. They're just white.
Yeah,
They're doing the exact
exactly.
same thing.
Like I'll say this: if they were English speaking American, they would be labeled as goons. It's just because they speak a different language. I don't know. Maybe it's like when you do things in a different language than English. I guess it's like it puts a positive twist to it. It's almost like the same game that you run on a woman with American English is not the same as if you run it if you have a British accent, right? So it sounds better if you have a British accent, but if you just say it or if you're saying it in patois, right? If you if you have a Caribbean laced accent, it might sound better to the woman if you say something a certain way. But if you say it in American English, like just regular straight laced English, they'll say you're boring, but you're saying the same thing. So
Mhm.
yeah, man. Let me see. Educated Tyrone said, I heard it was actually from a snow fall clip. Oh, okay. So that Diddy and Meek Mill audio, they said it was from a snowfall clip. Thank God. Because I was like, no. I was like, God. I was like, no. Because I effed up and had the volume up. That joint sounded crazy. Yeah, that was that because I thought it was real. So so Carlos X said, yeah, that Puffy and Meek Mill sound scarred my mind. Yeah, it was that was like when I talk about traumatizing, that was traumatizing. I did not want to hear that. You know what I mean? Like I'm traumatized by the Shannon Sharp thing, and he was in there with a broad. So you know. Oh, and Terrell Owens, he's so messy. Like Terrell Owens had a he had a tweet responding to that. He said Michelle. That's because I guess Shannon Sharp said her name in the live. He said she sounds. Terrell Owens said that her moans sound familiar. I was like, oh hell no, that's fucked up. I was like, oh man, that's crazy. Imagine you with your girl and something leak about you with your girl, and then somebody say, oh, that moan sound familiar. That's crazy. That's wild. Let me see. Shout out to Shadow Dog Love. He said during the Yugoslav wars, a lot of Serbians. Yeah, that's what I was missing. The Serbians. I was like, who am I? I'm like, I'm missing somebody. The Serbians. Some of the most gangster people you're gonna meet in your life are Serbians.
Yeah, the
Anyways,
Serbians. Oh yeah, you gotta watch
yeah,
out for them though. Yep.
yeah. Those people, man. They're
Oh
no
yeah.
joke, man. They're no joke. He said during the Yugoslav war, there was a lot of Serbian organized crime bosses participated in the siege of Sarajevo. Am I saying that right? Sarajevo? Sarajevo? I don't know.
Sarajevo.
Sarajevo. Hopefully I'm
Sarajevo.
saying that.
Yeah, I think that used to be the capital of Yugoslavia at the time.
Mm.
So that's supposed. I think so. At that
Yeah,
time.
those people from that region. Yeah, they're not even their grandmothers are tougher than most of these dudes out here. So like I'm not even that's not
No.
even that's not even conjecture. That's still those are just facts. Like even I'm talking about like even I remember meeting a particular I don't know if she was I think she was she Russian? Yeah, she was Russian, but like she was like deep from the she was like she came from like deep. I don't even remember what city, but she came in she started a business. Um I'm not going to say what, but she's tough as hell. I'm talking about like she actually is even though she's like 5'5", 5'6", she is an intimidating figure in terms of she's very when she talks, when she speaks English, she's very straight to the point. She doesn't mince her words, none of that. So like even like even the women in Eastern Europe and you could say Northeastern Europe as well, particularly when you're talking about North Europe, Russia, but like particularly when it comes to Eastern European women, they're tough as nails as well. A lot of them. I'm not gonna say most, but a lot of them are like tough, like really tough women, like really really tough women to be around. Let me see. Carlos X said it sounded just like Puffy though. He's talking about that audio. Yeah, that audio. It sounded just like Puffy. That's the scary part of it, you know. Oh yeah, Harp's Desire said Sarajevo.
Yeah, Sarajevo.
That's not
Yeah.
it. Sarajevo. Um, Educated Tyrone said T.O. is wilding. Yeah. Terrell Owens said literally I shit you not. He said this on his Twitter. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up. He said that moan sound. He said he said she sounds familiar. Let me see if I can bring up.
She sounds familiar, boy. Isn't that something?
That's
You
one
walk.
of the first things
You
to do.
imagine you and your girl going to a party. You run into Terrell, and then it's, hey, yo, Terrell, this is my girl. Hey, how you doing? All right, and this and that. Next thing you know, when she starts laughing, he's saying, "Damn, she sound familiar though." I said, "What?"
Yo, guys,
What? She sound what?
guys! I just opened up Twitter. They already found out who Michelle was, bro. Man, black Twitter is on some other stuff. Hold on, let me hold on. Let me make sure the sound is off because they got the audio on one of these.
Terrell?
Hold on.
Who was that?
Oh, Terrell Owens.
Oh,
Let me save this on my bookmarks and let me make sure. Let me bring up the Terrell Owens thing. Terrell. Because I got the lights off in my room and my keys don't light up. Let me see. shout out to Terrell Owens' Twitter. He's roasting Shannon Sharp right now. He said talk about he was hacked. No, sir, you was hacking that you know what. Somebody said on the next day on Club Shay Shay's, Shannon Sharp interviewing himself. Let me say.
Chris.
Let me see. Oh, what's up, bro?
Do you have FN on your keyboard on your laptop? If you can see FN.
Let's see. Yes, I do.
Press it on spacebar at the same time.
See, hopefully it doesn't do nothing crazy. Oh wow, you're right, bro. It lighted up my keys, bro. You just saved my life. Yo, Pyro just saved my life. I didn't know you could even do that. What in the hell, dude? Oh, like I said, guys, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not a smart person. there's a lot of blanks in my knowledge. He just fixed a lot of my problems just right now with this. Oh shoot, I can. Oh wow, I can do this all night now. Pause. But if you look at the, but guys, look. I told you I wasn't like. He said she sounds familiar.
Oh yeah.
So that was him responding to the post. He says sounds like Unc needs a harness. That's funny as hell. Oh my god. That's this is why people have problems with Terrell Owens, because he really just gives his unfiltered opinion on what he feels. Like I remember when Terrell Owens was on Skip Bayless show on First Take in 2016, because Skip Bayless was trying to roast Chad Ochocinco about his basketball playing. And then Terrell Owens tried to stick up for Chad. He's like, no, you could even play in high school. You average 1.4 points a game. I was like, yo, because Skip already went through it with Jalen Rose in 2012 when Jalen Rose exposed Skip Bayless' high school basketball career for only averaging 1.4 points a game. So when most athletes go on First Take, they don't try to bully Skip. They just let Skip have his way. They just let him talk. But Terrell Owens, he'll bring up your stuff, bro. He'll bring up your insecurities, man. If you talk in mess, he'll bring it up. He'll bring it up on you.
Wait a minute. Okay, Chris, wait a minute. You're gonna be to tell me that Skip Bayless, when he was in high school, he only scored 1.4 points a game?
Yep, as a senior.
That's it. Yep. I could do more than that, and I don't even play basketball. You kidding
Same
me?
here. Same here. That's less than, because a free throw is you get 2 free throws, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, you get 2 free throws.
Yeah, you get 2 free throws. Yeah.
So he averaged less than 2 free throws.
Oh man, that's not even worth mentioning, man.
And here he is talking crazy about all these athletes, and this dude averaged 1.4 points a game.
1.4
as a senior in high school. That's sad. Anyways, let me not try to roast Skip Bayless on this one. But anyways,
yeah, you should though. 1.4 points a game. I mean, come on, man. I mean, in international soccer or football, a player can score more than that. Seriously,
Like,
they could
dude,
score more than that. I've seen that. Really. I mean, look at Messi and look at all these other guys, though, man. They could do all that. 1.4. How the hell do you
yeah,
get the 0.4?
that's what I'm wondering too. He probably, you know what? No, for him to average 1.4 points a game, you know what that means, right? That means he took no shots. That means he took. I'm talking about this. That means this guy was walking around scared to shoot. I'm talking about not even a layup attempt. No, nothing. That means that's crazy. Only one. Now I'm really thinking about it. How is that even possible? 1.4.
I'm saying though, how do you do that? 1.4.
That's impossible.
An
Yeah, that's
average. That's an
impossible.
average. That means some games he didn't shoot at all. Some games he probably did. He got lucky, but that's it. I mean, if you're gonna average it out 1.4, I mean, come on, man.
Because if you score, like, say, let me see, I'm trying to think of the average. Say if you score 5 points one game, say in four, if you have 4 games and you scored like 5 points one game, but you scored 0 points the rest of those games, and if you average that out, what the how is I'm still wondering how is
I'm just
yeah, that's
saying.
great. That's
That doesn't make
impossible.
sense.
How did he yeah, the 1.4 that probably
Because
he
you're
probably
scoring 2 points. You're scoring 2 points at each shot, unless he happened to be fouled, and then he winds up going to the foul line. He misses one out of 2 shots or something.
yeah,
I don't
I
know.
don't
I
know.
mean, I don't know what else to think though. But I'm trying to make sense out of this though. But I mean, come on,
There's no
1.4.
dude. I'm 5'7", but I've played an attorney before when I was younger. I averaged way more than 1 point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. I mean,
That's
me in
crazy.
my case, I'm 5'11". I'm 180. I'm kind of like a slot receiver size in the NFL, I guess.
But
But
no,
even in
but
my case, when I played pickup ball, I mean, I have scored more than that. I mean, 1.4. At least I had a couple of baskets at least. I mean,
like,
come
dude, no,
on.
basketball's not even my sport.
Yeah, mine either.
It's like
Matter of fact, I don't even like hockey either. I hate hockey. Anyway,
that's I don't even know how that's possible. But anyway, let's but I found apparently they found who Michelle is. So here, like I'll tell you, black, all you got to do is put Black Twitter in the FBI, and we could actually solve a lot of our problems. They will dox you. So, this girl here, she said, so I put on my Black woman detective first 48 hat and found this Michelle that Shannon
uh-oh.
Sharp was on live with. It only took me all of 5 minutes introducing Shelly straight from Shannon Sharp, 431 follows. Ooh, tighten up, Unc. Dang. They found her. Wait, hold on. Let me put it back on this screen. I just want to make sure the audio is not playing when I do this. Okay, so yeah, they found her because the problem with these celebrities, they only follow a few people. So when they get caught out with somebody, they can easily narrow down. Hopefully people don't look at who I follow. People gonna start connecting the dots on my Instagram because I only follow a few people as well. So that could easily happen to me. Okay, so they said they found out who Michelle is. Oh, damn. Dark Angel 322.
So it's her then?
Yep.
She's not bad. She's not bad.
They said that she's 44 years old. Well, Shannon Sharp,
Wow.
Shannon Sharp is 50 something. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they said Dark Angel 322. Let's check out our Instagram page. She probably had to put it on private because people find out who Michelle is. They found out it was her in the video. Dark Angel. Let me see. Dark Angel 322. Okay, I spelled it wrong. Here we go.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, so she's saying it's not me. She's saying it's not me. Either she is a that means this is a very good escort, or that really isn't her.
Well,
Damn,
it's just like song. Call you in the bathroom. It wasn't me.
yo, shout out to her for doing for doing her job, because this is I don't think people under like this is yeah, this she's an escort. She's definitely an escort.
Wow, at that age. Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
well,
very,
she's
it's very,
pretty though. She's pretty.
you know, she's an escort, or she's definitely, or she's definitely used to be a call girl of some sort, definitely. So she's saying right here, she had a post. She said, "My name is Nichelle, not Michelle. Nobody calls me that. That is not me."
Uh-oh.
He said,
Nichelle.
She said, "I'm in Greensboro, North Carolina. Y'all are wild." Well, I'll say this: either she's, because she was quick to knock that down. She was quick to knock that down. So, and I'll say that because Shannon Sharp be saying he messing, he said he be messing with the younger woman. So I don't that's why I'm like, I'm like a 44-year. I don't know. That's shit, because Shannon be messing with those sugar babies. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, to him, I mean, she's younger than he is, so I guess in that case it is. In that case,
Yeah,
he's
that
in
is
his
true.
50s.
Yeah. But yeah, man, Twitter's messy, man. Twitter's messy. But yeah, like I showed you, Terrell Owens said what he said, you know. But man, yeah, this is the IG that went live. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna post the audio, but this is the IG that went live, and
Wow.
somebody said, "Why was Shannon growling like the grizzly bear?" Oh God. All right, lad. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. But back to the list. Steph is cold. I like Steph is cold. He's funny. I will say this: when it comes to Aaron Clary, when people ask me who should I listen to in this space, in terms of when it comes to practical advice, I always say either Aaron Clary or Better Bachelor, Joker from Better Bachelor. I'm surprised Better Bachelor is not on this list, but
Yeah.
I'll say either Aaron Clary or Better Bachelor. Those are the two guys that I can be like, okay, these are two older gentlemen. They're in their 40s. They're experienced. They give practical advice. They don't advise men to be running around with their heads cut off, approaching broads. They just give practical advice. They give good practical financial advice. They tell men like Aaron Clary actually be having people coming on his show and say, "Oh yeah, these are careers that men can go into without going into college and stuff like that." So, these are good channels for young men to watch. Aaron Clary specifically, and The Better Bachelor. Those two specific channels. Now, it says Araco TV is on this list. That is funny. That is funny. Araco TV he's not even a Manosphere channel. So he all he does is laugh and reacts to TikToks that go viral. 21 Studios. Let me see how much time I have left. Oh, I got a little bit of time. Okay. So let's see here. 21 Studios. Oh, that people are in the comment section, they still talking about Skip Bayless when we were talking about Skip Bayless. 1.4. That's less than a layup. Yeah.
They're still talking about that. Yeah, because
Yeah,
because the thing we're trying to make sense out of it, though. I mean, if you're doing 2 points a shot, how the hell do you get to 1.4? I mean, how you try to calculate that? Depends how many games he played too, I guess. But I don't know.
Oh yeah, and Jalen Rose exposed them too, because I remember the part that actually made Skip sad, because in the middle of Jalen Rose's rant, he was like, were you a junior playing on JV?" And Skip didn't say nothing. I was like, "Oh damn."
Oh, he was putting him
Skip
on the
was a
spot.
Yeah, I was like, "Yikes!" Skip was a junior. Now, people maybe Pyro might not understand the logistics on how that works in America, but JV is supposed to be for sophomores and freshmen. Like by the time you hit a junior in high school, you're supposed to be on the varsity team. If you a junior on your JV team, yikes. That means it's not, you really shouldn't even be playing that sport. You know what I mean? And that definitely means once you hit a senior, you're definitely not going to get no playing time on your sports team. Now, like I said, I don't. Anyways, let me leave that alone. Let me stop bullying Skip on that. But
He
let me
probably
stop
deserves it
bullying him.
anyway.
Yeah, low key he does, because he talks a lot. Like he talks a lot of stuff.
Yes, he
Even
does.
though he's trolling, but like the certain athletes that he would hate on, I would not understand. Like I remember he would like really hate on Adrian Peterson. He used to call Adrian Peterson overrated. I used to be like, I'm talking about even when Adrian Peterson was in Oklahoma. And I was like, what is wrong with this dude? I used to be like, this dude.
Skip is from Oklahoma too.
Yeah, like I never got like there would be certain people. Like obviously he's famous for hating on LeBron James, but that's nothing new. A lot of people hate on LeBron James, but he would hit like I remember he used to hate on Aaron Rodgers, Adrian Peterson, a lot of these people he would just straight hate on. Luka Doncic, Giannis, anybody with talent he basically hates on them. So
Yeah, but
that's
that's
what he would.
understandable because if you don't have talent, though, it's understandable you hate those that got talent. So, I mean,
Yeah.
1.4. I mean, a game. I mean, come on, that's not really talented.
Yeah,
I mean, let's
so
get serious.
but on Skip is the classic example of the journalist that where a lot of these sports journalists, what they try to incorporate like morals and all this stuff, and he's this and he's a leader and all this stuff. They try to incorporate extra stuff to being a professional athlete, even though that stuff doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? So he's just one of those classic, American journalists that try to add extra stuff to these athletes, which is not necessary. At the end of the day, can you play? And at the end of the day, can you help us win? That's all it is. All the extra stuff, that's just that's for the birds. You know what I mean? That's just to fill in newspapers and headlines and all that. You know. Let me see. Oh, Truth Hunter. He said maybe she's saying that because of an NDA. He's talking about this broad right here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking at her.
What's some OG game for us that we could lay on these youngsters? Never let nobody.
So I don't know. Well, oh no, sorry. That's a completely different woman. But yeah, she's probably saying this because she has an NDA. These Shannon Sharp, he seems like the type of person to have an ironclad, NDA. You know what I mean? So, that's very possible. It's very possible. Let me end off with 21 Studios, though. Let me talk about 21 Studios because I have mixed feelings about 21 Studios. Okay, so 21 Studios, it's ran by this guy called Anthony Joshua, right? Let me see. Anthony Joshua? Oh, no. I'm saying his name wrong. I am saying his name wrong. Let me see. 21 Studios. I forgot what I think his name is. I think it's Anthony Johnson, actually, if I'm not mistaken. The guy that runs 21 Studios. I'm blank.
Win this war.
We can win this.
So yeah, this is the guy that runs 21 Studios. Right? This guy here. I don't know if you guys know, but I know his
Yeah, I know.
initials is called his
I know.
name is AJ. He's kind of a scammer as well. But there's some things I agree with him what he says. There's some things I don't agree with him. But he would have some funny tweets from time to time. So and like I said, when I made that video talking about Jesse Lee Peterson, this is what I was talking about. Anthony Joshua was, I think that's his name, or Anthony Johnson. AJ was the, oh no, that's another, no, not AJ Ransom reaction. I gotta find this out. Let me get his name right. Let me get his name right. I don't want to I don't want to say, I don't want to put AJ's name in vain. Anthony Joshua 21 Studios. What's his name? I just want to say Anthony, I think it's. Can somebody tell me in the chat what that guy's name? The guy that runs 21 Studios, Anthony Dream Johnson. Good, thank you, Garrett. Thank you, Anthony Dream Johnson. That's his name. So Anthony Johnson, he had dropped that video about Jesse Lee Peterson allegedly being gay, and when I repeated that, all of the Jesse Lee Peterson fanboys ran to my comment section talking about I was a Democrat, I was the N-word, and I was all of this stuff. And I was like, bruh, 21 Studios dropped the video. Anthony Dream Joshua, he was the one that quote unquote exposed him. Why are you guys mad at me for this? You know what I mean? So that's actually, first of all, that's actually how AJ found my channel, by the way. But ironically, but because AJ just thought it was funny the way I was going in on Jesse Lee Peterson, even though he likes Jesse Lee Peterson. That's why I respect AJ, because he was one of the few ones that wasn't sensitive about me making jokes on Jesse Lee Peterson. But anyways, that's a whole other story. But it was like what Anthony Dream Johnson does, he invites these people to do these conferences, whatever, these masculinity conferences, right? But what ends up happening is he ends up exposing the people that he works with. This is a pattern that he does. He used to have Rollo Tomasi up there, Donovan Sharp, and all these people, and he used to, expose these people, go into their personal life, expose them. He was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Anthony Dream Johnson was the one that exposed Donovan Sharp for dating a single mom, if I'm not mistaken, and Donovan Sharp trying to hide it. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, because Garrett Grant said Anthony Johnson tried to start a war with Undead Chronic and Hammerhand, but nothing happened. Yeah, because he wasn't Anthony Dream. He's a weirdo. That's why I can't, like, when it comes to Anthony Dream Johnson. I used to tell people I don't trust this guy, even though I liked some of the stuff he said. I wouldn't trust him because every person, it seems like the people that he works with, he collabs with these people, and then he ends up exposing these people. Whenever things go wrong, he goes out of his way to expose them. So I was like, I'm like, yeah, the Donovan Sharp stuff is funny and all this stuff is funny, but I'm like, you guys know that your favorite creator, he's probably next. And when he exposed Rollo Tomasi, the Rollo Tomasi fans was mad. I'm like, well, that's his MO. You know what I mean? So Anthony Dream Johnson, Anthony Johnson, right? He has a habit of exposing these people, and people used to praise him for that. Now, when he exposed Jesse Lee Peterson, now they want to draw the line here. And this is where I have a problem with people that do this. You can't be praising this guy for exposing all these other people, but you think he's lying about Jesse Lee Peterson. That was the point I was making on my channel when it came to Jesse Lee Peterson. But
that's the same as Corey Holcomb making a joke.
Yo, facts. But let me see if I can bring up, if you look at my channel. Let me see if I can bring it up. That's when I was showing my face and all that stuff. So let me see. Shoot. How do I say this? Jesse Lee Peterson. There we go. So those were one of the first shorts I was making that got mad views. Meaning I would just post it and it would get like 3,000 views off rip. I was surprised. So this is the one that got a lot of views, right? And let me see. Which one can I show real quick? Yeah, this was in 2022 I made this video.
What they said about Jesse Lee Peterson, the allegations, I hope to God that's not true. But if so, surviving Jesse Lee Peterson coming soon. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. But I fucked up when I made that video because I didn't even have a haircut. I was looking crusty. I didn't think the video was gonna be crazy. But let me see. Oh, that's why I brought up the video to see the comment section.
What?
So yeah, they went in on me in the comments. They went in on me on the comments. Yo, they went in on me on the comments. You know what I mean? Like, but they were really mad that I made this video. And I was like, guys, the liberal media didn't drop this video. A conservative channel dropped this video. It was 21 Studios. They dropped the exposed video. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't the Young Turks, right? Am I saying that channel's name correct? The Turks, whatever. It wasn't them. It wasn't Secular Talk. You know what I mean? It was 21 Studios, which is a conservative, a right-leaning platform. But yeah, they were going in on me in the comments. But also watch the video that I did with when I did the full video of Jesse Lee Peterson when I explained my view. All right here. So when I did that video with that weirdo beanie that I had on, but that's so watch. So if you look at the comments, like I remember people saying that you must be a Democrat and all this stuff. I was just like, what are we talking about? I was just saying my position, but Jesse Lee Peterson, he has a cult following. So anything that you say wrong about him, his followers are going to go crazy on you. So that's something that I had to learn because I was just shocked on the responses that I got, and I was talking about like I was saying like the conservatives are like crybabies and whatnot. Because I was saying I don't know who's a bigger crybaby, the liberals or the conservatives, But I've explained my stance on that extensively, anyways, in terms of when it comes to the politics scene. The conservatives, they puzzle me. The people that they lift up in the air, right? When it comes to Ben Shapiro and these people. And I'm like, yeah, he's funny and he's entertaining, but at the end of the day, he's just going against college kids who are being indoctrinated. I mean, yeah, it's funny, but it's really not. It's actually sad when you look at these kids being indoctrinated, and it takes a guy with decent debating skills to just be like, well, you guys are wrong. This is like not true at all,
I
So
mean, it's
that's
like
all it is.
it's kind of the same as Myron, like talking to these 3 or 4 on his podcast. It's not really impressive.
Exactly. Or the Brian from the whatever podcast, right? There's
Yeah.
no, just to me, it's just because most of the I'm sorry if this comes across as offensive, but most young women have no idea what they're talking about in life. You're not supposed to take advice from them at all. They'd say some of the craziest things that I'm talking about you will hear in your life. Like, remember I mentioned how I was on my cousin's podcast, and all I said was I wouldn't want my woman to be in a male strip club. They were yelling at me because I said that. I shit you not. That's exactly what I said. They were mad at me for saying that. So you're dealing with a different mindset of young broads when you're dealing with young women of today. So debating them and quote unquote owning them and making them look stupid, well, they're already stupid. So there's nothing. It's like, you know what I mean? So that's why, like, a lot of times I just end up trolling, broads like that. Like, when you have like only like I like it when Undead Chronic he'll like troll some of the broads, but I'll do it even worse, unfortunately. Like Undead Chronic actually be funny with his. I just be mean sometimes. Like I'll just be like this morning, I saw like a meme from a mixed OnlyFans broad, right? She was mixed, right? And she made that that classic meme of, oh, me walking into a room full of D1 athletes and everybody pops their balloon because I'm black, whatever. It's one of those memes. And I was just like, stop. And I basically called her out. I'm like, is this what we just gonna be doing? Just crapping on D1 athletes just because they don't like you? And then she responded back, calm down, Pookie, right? And I know what she was doing with that comment, but I fired back with a missile. I was like, watch it, mutt. You know what I mean? And that's very racist, but that's how far I'll go in terms of defending myself if you say some slick stuff to me, particularly if you are a OnlyFans broad trying to get cheap engagement. So that's how I like I shit you not. I said that to her. Now she responded back, "Hey, what's wrong with you? This was just jokes." And I was like, "Hey, I'm just joking too." But that's unfortunately I can be that petty. But but
Shots fired. Shots fired.
oh yeah. By the way, I remember I was saying something about somebody being mixed, and I remember this one woman. She was like, "You're being racist towards mixed people." I'm like, "No, I, I was like, I've smashed plenty of half breeds." That was my response back. And people were, I don't okay, like when I say that, I'm not targeting mixed people. I'm just joking, bro. I swear to God, I'm just joking. Right. When I talk about white people aging, sorry, a white woman specifically aging like bananas, I'm just joking, right? I age bad as well, right? People talk about me being darkness, right? They're joking, all right? They're joking. And I'm talking about Asian women poisoning their husbands and stuff. It's a stereotype. I'm joking. I might take it too far at times. I'm not gonna lie, but I have a different like background in terms of roasting and joking people. So I can take things a little bit too far. So I do apologize in advance. But I swear I don't mean no harm. I swear I don't mean no harm. Right. So let me see. Let's see in these comments. Johnson. Oh yeah, somebody Carlos X said Johnson has a very punchable face. Carlos X said nice. Yeah, when it comes to AJ, yeah, I could tell some people he like he's definitely has been punched in the face in the past. Definitely. He's definitely been stole on. Carlos X said, I think what Myron does is impressive. I'd lose my mind trying to communicate with a room full of dim-witted 304s 3 times a week. I agree as well. Like, but that's why on my platform, you're not gonna see no broads on here. I'm not going out like Kevin Samuels, because I think on paper, the reason why he checked out early, in my opinion, is because him having to have these women on the podcast, them saying the stuff that they said, I think it messed with his health. That's my opinion. I could be wrong about that. But when you're dealing with women constantly. I'm talking about constantly dealing with women, and you're listening to them, and you're arguing with them, debating them. You're doing something to your health. You're doing something. That's my opinion. So that's why I don't like. That's why I don't. There's no way. There's no way I could have just broads on here. Even like I said, like one of the first supporters of this channel. If you guys don't know who she is, Laurette Hamilton. Even and really, I should probably make her a mod because she was like one of the first people that supported my channel. But even then, I don't want to do that because I understand how that's gonna look. You know, so there's certain ways that I can't run it like that. I can't do stuff like that. Let me see. Yeah, watch it. Yeah, I literally I said that to her. I probably should apologize, but I say things like that, and then they just get shocked because I'm like dark as night. So when I say stuff like that, they're just like, what's wrong with you? So yeah, that's kind of like the reaction I'm looking for. He said they're being obtuse. But like I said, she said she responded back like she literally respond when I first said what I said, because I responded, I said, so all we're gonna do is we're just gonna lie on D1 athlete's name and act like, oh, they just don't like black women just because they're black. I'm like, we got to stop doing that. That's all I said in my comment. And she was like, I'm just joking. Take it easy, Pookie. So when she said Pookie, that was a stab. You know what I mean? That was a stab. I know people might not
I know what that
take it as
means.
that.
I know
Exactly.
what that means.
So she's it was another way to call me a ignorant ninja. So I came back and I said, watch it, mutt, because she's half white and half black. And a lot of
shots fired. Shots fired.
So a lot of light-skinned 304s, they go through an identity crisis because a lot of them are mixed, meaning their mom was a mud shark and their father wasn't there. So that was me taking a stab back at that, and she couldn't handle it. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, and look, I might have went too far. I brought a missile to a gunfight. I admit, but let's not act like you didn't take a shot at me for calling me Pookie, because I knew what you were. It's almost like, when women say when women are calling men sassy, but then you'll respond back and you'd be like, oh, what a sassy response. But really, they're trying to call you gay, but they're trying to be slick about it. You know what I mean? So that's why I kind of I'll take it there. I'll take it there. I have a very evil past, so don't, you know what I mean? So particularly if you're abroad, right? If you're on the internet talking crazy, if you're abroad, please watch it, because I'll say something like that, and then people be shocked. People like, why did you say that? And I'm like, well, it is in my arsenal. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyways, Educated Tyrone also says high blood pressure from arguing with Keisha and drinking Red Bulls all the time. Exactly.
There you go. That's facts. I believe that.
Yeah,
that's what it was. I believe that.
It makes
and
sense.
I think that's on a daily basis though, because I think he had a show like going on almost every day, practically, right? I mean,
yeah, almost every other night, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So
all that
this is
catches
what.
up to you though. So I agree with that.
And I used to be one of these people when he was alive. I was like, what? Because people were saying, man, Kevin Samuels, he's trying to bring back the black family. And I'm like, well, he's kind of wasting his, and I'm not trying to be, what's the word? Pessimistic? Well, is that the word? Is that the right word? I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but the black family can't be saved. like something extreme needs to happen for the black family to be saved. Like something extreme. Like I remember a Black Manosphere channel. I forgot what his name was, but he said for the black family to be saved, he said that all black men need to gather their black daughters. They need to gain full custody away from their moms, meaning their moms need to be completely separated from the daughter, and they need to be put in a in a re-education camp how to function and act a certain way. I forgot who said that, but it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but I understood what he was trying to say. He's just saying like they need to be just completely separated from the older women because the older women are the ones that are leading the younger women astray. So they would
that's
have to
right.
be put separately somewhere else and be re-educated on how to act in society. And I agree. I agree with that, you know. Let me see. I can't argue. What? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Educated Title said I can't argue with chicks like I used to, so I've been banned on Instagram too many times. Yeah, same here. I should show you some of the stuff that got me banned off of Instagram, like in terms of doing lives off Instagram. It's hilarious. Like I remember a woman was trying to talk crazy about Future being this and that, and all I said, well, I said women tend to flock to these people, so what does that make you? And I got my account suspended for that, for saying that.
Wow.
So that's what it takes for you to get suspended off IG. And oh yeah, and I like, you know, okay. I say it like this, right? When I attack other people racially as a black person, and people say, why do I do that? Well, I kind of do that for shock value. Second of all, they never see it coming. Third of all, when I was a kid, right? Me and Tommy Sotomayor have a very similar background story. There were a lot of kids, I'm talking about of different races, not just, you know, FBAs or white people or Hispanics, right? Or Asians. It was all people that would make fun of me being having my skin being dark and whatnot, making fun of me, like, you know, if the light shut off, they would start laughing, whatever. And at the time, it was fair game. None of the teachers were the teachers were cool with it. Everybody else was cool with it. But it was interesting when I would fire back on some of their favorite people, whoever was the popular kid or whoever was the more liked kid in that instance, they would be mad at me for saying that. Now, what was interesting is a lot of the times those kids, they weren't even the dudes that I would fire back at, the popular, they wouldn't even be mad at me for firing back. But their followers and what do you call these people? Their constituents or their whatever. The normies would be so mad at me for firing back. So I've always found that interesting. So ever since I was a kid, you know, if somebody, you know, came with a flamethrower, I came with a missile. If somebody came with a knife, I came with a gun. If somebody came, somebody came with a fist, I'm cheating. You know what I mean? So
Came with brass knuckles.
You know what I mean? Verbally, I mean, verbally, not obviously physically, but this is a metaphor, you know, a metaphor. But that's a great metaphor, you know, the brass knuckles. If somebody comes with knuckles, I come with brass knuckles, you know. So I always prepare myself in terms of when it came to my roasting chops, because I was a shy, sensitive kid growing up and people didn't care until I fired back. Then people cared. Now, the funny thing is, some of the people that I would fire back on, they actually respected me for that. But it was funny that like the followers underneath them would be crying about me not being like them, being normies. You know what I mean? So that.
So Chris, so what do you think that is then?
I don't know. It's just, you know, I just think people just like who they like. You know, I just, you know, I don't expect people to look at things objectively. I don't expect people to be like, well, we were kicking him down in the dirt for 4 hours. It's probably not shocking if he decided to fight back. Like,
of course.
For example, like when I would see articles of these dudes shooting up the schools, right? And all this stuff. People, I used to hate it when people would be like, "Oh, this is what these white boys be doing." I'm like, well, how? Who's to say that ninjas are not exempt from doing that in the near future? Who's to say ninjas can't be doing that in the nearest future? And who's to say that he wasn't justified? And people would be mad at me when I said that in middle school. But I'm like, what? Well, what if he was being? I used because when I was in middle school, I went through puberty early, so people didn't really mess with me in middle school in terms of physically, right, or high school, right. So a lot of those horror stories, it comes from elementary school, kindergarten, and preschool, right? So I used to be able to say these things. I used to be like, well, if he shot up a school, what kind of caused him to something happened for this kid to go haywire. And you mean to tell me nobody knew what happened to him? You mean to tell me nobody was making fun of him? He just decided to do that? You know what I mean? But people kind of took it as, when I was a kid, oh, I'm just giving them an excuse. And I'm not giving them an excuse. I just know how people, I just know when people are about to snap, I'm just like, okay, let me leave this person alone. Like I just know when certain people, some people's trigger buttons are different. So like I could tell, like I used to be able to go into a room, particularly when I was in high school. I know who's getting the most pussy. I know who's getting no pussy. I know who's the most popular. I know who's the smartest. And it's never the people you think. And it's never the people you think. So you gotta understand certain cues, certain different things. I know who the gay person is. I know who's fucking the teacher. I know who's not. Who's like, these are the things I would just pick up on. These are things you had to pick up on, particularly somebody in my case. You know what I mean? So because I can't, because I couldn't afford to be walking around looking lost. Because if I was walking around looking lost, people would take advantage of me. So I had to pick up on these things, very quickly. You know what I mean? So these are the things, And Angel, I know you had the question, like, why do you think people are the way they are? It's just they just are that the way they are. I'm not even trying. I'm not even trying to go into the science behind that. If you show me who you are, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just take note of that. It is what it is. Everybody has a horror story. Everybody has a horror story of some sort, So I don't even try to get into the ins and outs of why people are that the way they are. I'm gonna just tell you, look, don't mess with this dude. This dude about to shoot up a school. it'll be dudes, like, I remember when I was like in high school, it'll be certain dudes. I remember this one dude. I think his name was Luke or something. I'm blanking on his name. There's this one dude out in the suburbs, right? People knew he had guns. And not only that, nobody liked him. He would go on these rants. This dude was on head medication, and he would, like, I remember one time he was in gym class, and then one day he just lost his mind, and he just left. And then he came back to the class like, "Oh, sorry guys, I was off my head medication." And I'm just sitting there looking at my black friend like, what the fuck? I'm like, this stuff, because I was new to the high school, but I was like, "You said how long you know this dude?" He's like, "Oh yeah, he's like, oh yeah, he's always like that." I'm like, bruh, yo. I was like, I took note of this dude. I was like, yo, are they gonna kick him out? Because this dude finna, like, but like I said, people don't want to. People will just, the warning signs will be there, but people don't care. And then until it happens, then people are gonna act like they care. So I was just like, so what's up with this dude? This dude just be going off. We already know this dude got guns at home. He brags about the stuff. He's on head medication. Nobody likes him. Caucasian dude. I mean, what are we, bruh?
I know you was probably thinking about, he goes out, he comes back, he was gonna light up the whole school.
So, but like I said, people thought it was funny because because I went to my high school was full of savages. These people didn't care about nothing. Like I remember, let me exit out of the panel real quick, but let me put it on. Let me let me put it on this. But um, I remember at my high school we had like a truth about hate assembly. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but they basically talk about, the bullying and all this stuff and what we got to do to stop the bullying. Man, do you know the people that I sat next to at the assembly? They was laughing the whole time during the assembly. I'm talking about these people that I knew who were my soccer teammates or whatever, my teammates, the people that I was forced to basically be with. These people were savages, bro. Like I remember during the assembly, like like it starts off with people doing a skit, right? And it starts off with, man, why do why do Asians do this? Blah blah blah. Why do black people always steal? And these dudes was crying laughing. And they're like, man, why are Jews so cheap? So that was part of the skit, right? And I remember yo,
No, that's
yeah.
true though. It's true. It's true about the Jews. Yeah, it's true.
So it was supposed to be a skit that kind of demonstrated people people being racist, but people were laughing. People was in the crowd laughing. And I remember there was a part where there was like a testimony or he's like, all right, anybody wants to come to the mic and say if you've been through bullying or you've witnessed somebody being bullied. It was this one broad that went up to the mic, and I felt so bad for her, bro, because people was laughing at this broad. Tall black chick, if I'm not mistaken. She was kind of, was it her? I don't know. But anyways, she goes to the mic and she starts talking about I have a peanut allergy, and when I was in middle school, these people found out about my peanut allergy. And then the next day, everybody came with peanut butter. And it's just like, what? Like me, I was like, what? And them, dude, the people next to me, I'm talking about, they were crying laughing. They were crying laughing. I'm talking about they couldn't stop laughing. I was just like, I was just shocked about the whole thing. Like the whole thing was just off to me because you had people coming up doing their testimonies about them being bullied. Meanwhile, the people next to me sitting there crying, laughing. and then the stories, and then first of all, the stories were getting more ridiculous and ridiculous when the microphone was up there. I remember one dude came up in there, talked about how this one girl that was his platonic friend and she committed self-deletion because he didn't see her one day, whatever. And all I hear is somebody in the back like, that. I'm like, bruh. I'm like, these people don't care. I was like, wow, okay. So these are that's kind of like my background. All right. So it like, it is what it is. It is what it is. So like I said, I didn't ask to be at that school. That's my parents' fault. Let me see. Anyway, hey, no. Like, because when your parents, they try to put you in the suburbs, they try to put you in a good high school, a safe high school. But like I said, in life, there's no perfect solutions, only trade-offs.
Yes.
And even like, and I'll say this: if I went to a ninja high school, I would have been treated worse. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I would have been screwed if I went to one of the one of these schools. I would have to join the Haitian gang or some stuff to protect me, because I would have definitely needed protection if I went to one of these inner city schools. Me at the time. It's like, oh no, you know what I would have had to do? I'd have to drop soccer. I would have to join the football team and then just be nice at football so people would take it easy on me, which I was able to do at the time. It's just I decided soccer because I could. you know, and the football team at my suburbs high school sucked, like really bad. But that's what if I was in the inner city and I had to go to high school in inner city, I would have been beat. I would have been like physical. I think physically I would have been bullied. I would have been beat. I would have been so beat. Let me see. Shout out to Educated Tyrone. He said they go hard on dark skinned people, then play the victim when it's reversed. Facts.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
there's plenty of dark skinned men, dark skinned women can attest to what I'm talking about, particularly back in the day. Like, particularly you talking about the 2000s, even early 2010s. Dark skinned people got it really bad at a lot of these high schools or middle schools, outside. You know what I mean? And the irony of that is like now those same people that would make fun of you, they end up becoming like pro blickety blacks. That's why I kind of don't
Yes.
really take that's why I
And
don't
I'm
really
black,
take them
yo.
seriously. But I'm like, but weren't you the same person that was saying, you know what? Never mind. You know what? Whatever.
I
Power to
changed. I've changed.
but power to the people. Whatever. Okay. All right. By the way, like I like I said, I used to like a lot of the stuff, a lot of the pro blacks said, but most of it was really the Nation of Islam. I just like, the stuff that Malcolm X said, um, Khalid Muhammad, these guys. And still to this day, I liked a lot of the stuff Malcolm X has said. But, it was just I found it ironic that a lot of the pro blacks or the FBAs today, those are the same people that was making fun of dark skinned people like in the early 2000s and stuff. So I was like, I'm like, so now you're kind of turning around and starting to say my black is beautiful and black excellence. And like a guy like me or a Tommy Sotomayor, we're just like, that's confusing to us. That's confusing to us. It's like because we didn't like when we grew up, it wasn't that. It was none of that when we were growing up. So let me see. Carlos X said, I'm trying to train my young nephews who are half Italian and half Mexican to have fun about their mix. Yeah, you have to be like, if you're mixed with certain races, right? Say if you're like half Italian, half Mexican in this case, you need to learn how to have tough skin because it's gonna come up. It's going to come up. I'm not even saying not by me. I'm talking about from Italians. Italians are gonna bring that up. The older school Mexicans are gonna probably bring that up. You know what I mean? So you gotta have tough skin, you know. And I was forced to kind of have tough skin. I didn't even want to have tough skin. I didn't even have a choice in the matter. So you know what I mean? So it's just I just have tough skin just off by force. You know what I mean? Truth Hunter says one of my gramps old friends would say the regular black people need to stand up and F these N words to paint they become normal. His old friend's black, by the way. Wait, I don't think I'm saying it right. He said one of my Gramps old friends would say that regular black people need to stand up and F the N words to paint they become normal.
Become normal. His old what?
I think he means that that black people need to kind of separate themselves from the ignorant ninjas. I guess that's what he's trying to say.
More
I
point
could
that they
I
become normal. His old friends, like by the way. I don't know.
I think what he's trying to say is like there used to be that probably that black people need to kind of like separate themselves from the ignorant ninjas and kind of like do something to the ignorant ninjas that is messing up the name that's making black people look bad, which I agree. I agree to that. You know, but everybody has their, I don't like me personally, but then that's kind of unfair to regular black people that are just trying to live their life. You know what I mean? That's like because you know I don't expect, you know, white people to go out their way to dismiss their, their racist grandpas or their racist uncles, and to be like, you know what I mean? So that's kind of, I understand what that comment is coming from, but at the end of the day, if you're cool to me, then I'm cool to you. That's just how it works. So, I don't even, but I get called uncle. I got called a Uncle Tom just by the way I was talking. So I remember people used to say, "Oh, you talk." I remember I used to hear that from an Asian liberal bish talking about I talk white. I was like, "What does that mean?" But yeah, I remember. Yeah, when I was in high school, it was this Asian 304, and she was saying that I talked white. So yeah, I found that very offensive at the time. Let me see. They said, "Wow, Shannon Sharp got 185,000 people watching his live right now." Oh Lord, he's trying to explain that away. I think he did that on purpose. He did that on purpose. He did that on purpose. Educated Tyrone said, "My school had a gang war between the librarians and some Black American gang." Oh Lord, I'd have to probably join the librarians and just, even though I'm Haitian, like have a Haitian background, I would have to just disguise myself as a librarian. I could fit in with the librarians. I would just not talk. I would just not talk, and I'm pretty sure I could fit in.
Yeah, your name
By
is
the
going to
way,
be Mukumbo.
yeah, I'm gonna have to, Mutumbo or
Mutumbo, yeah.
and Doku, one of these. Dude, there's like in these soccer teams, like these European soccer teams, or sorry, the national European soccer teams, you'll have like Belgium, France, and you'll have these Black players with the most African names on these European teams. It's always funny to me. Like there's like this
Hakim.
there's this guy
Hakim.
on Belgium who's from Belgium. His last name is Doku. And then there's like one on the France team. His name is Nkunku. These are African names. These are
Wow.
clearly African last names, but that's just that's just how it works. Educated Tyrone said, "If you become pro-Black because you're a failed divester and Brad doesn't accept you, get away from me." Facts. A lot of this might hurt a lot of pro-Blacks' feelings. Shout out to Educated Tyrone for saying this. A lot of the pro-Blacks that you see, they became pro-Blacks because becoming pro-white didn't work for them. I'm gonna keep it a buck with a lot of these pro-Blacks. A lot of these pro-Blacks, they tried being pro-white, they try to fit in the suburbs, and it didn't work for them. And then they became pro-Black, right?
Wow.
And then, that's what, like, especially the ones that are like super aggressive about their pro-blickety blackness, like a lot of them, they tried being pro-white. It just didn't work for them, particularly when we talk about we'll say for the Black women, for example. A lot of those pro-Black women that you see on Twitter, if you look on their Twitter far enough on their timeline, you'll see them talking about how they are horny for white men and all this and all this. Like it never fails. It never fails. Every single one, like you'll see one of these quote unquote pro-Black women, or women that are concerned about Black men choosing white women, D1 athletes, whatever. And then you look on their timeline, you scroll long enough, and you'll see them basically lusting over white men. And the Black dudes will be shocked. They'll be like, "Oh, I'll say this, in my case, I'm not shocked at that, because where I grew up, it's pretty normal to see Black men, white women, Black women, white men. So that happens all the time. But a lot of pro-Black men, they get shocked when they find out their pro-Black sisters used to be pro-white. They get like depressed and saddened. You know what I mean? A lot of the black manosphere creators that you see were former pro-black dudes. It's just that they found out that a lot of their pro-black women are not. They don't really care about black men like that, and they had to make that discovery the hard way. Let me see. Also, Angel, I don't know, because maybe I don't know. What's your your background in terms of your parents?
Oh, okay. Well, I was born here in the United States. Both my parents were born in Puerto Rico, so I'm kind
Yeah.
of like the first generation, I guess, in the family.
So have you ever? Because I didn't know this was a thing. Like, this is something that I learned recently. Like, I didn't know, like, within the Hispanic community of, like, say, like, I know Puerto Ricans is a little bit different, but between certain Hispanic, like, countries or Spanish speaking communities, they almost have the same stuff that pro blacks do. Like, they'll have like a pro Hispanic. I didn't know that was a thing. So I was about to say, have you ever came across like the pro? What do you call that? Like a pro Latin America? I don't know what they would call. I
I don't
didn't
know. I
like.
never heard of that one, to be honest, though. I never came across any of that, though. So I don't know. If they got something pro about that, though, I would guess it would have to be pro Latin America or pro Hispanic or something like that. But I never
Dude,
heard of such a thing, though. Or I
I
never
ran
experienced that kind of thing, though. So
across a panel or like on YouTube, and they were talking about, like, no, we have to, the Latins, whatever, we have to stay within our race. And I was like, oh, they have that. I didn't know they had that. I was like, what? I didn't know. I thought it was just like I thought that was just black and white people doing that. We got to
no, I guess
stay
they probably
within
do,
our.
though. I guess I would imagine so,
Yeah.
though. But I never, like I said, I never experienced that before, though. But I guess they probably, even nowadays, I guess they probably have it before. Although I'm gonna tell you this, though. Back around in the 70s with this dude, his name is Angelo Falcone. He used to have what they call the Young Lords, and they were more like a Puerto Rican what they would say, they were like a Puerto Rican gang, but they were more like a group for a community group. It's all Puerto Ricans, though. It was led by the leader, because his name was Angelo Falcone, and he was the leader of the Young Lords at that time. So I don't know, maybe that could be the closest that I would imagine so, but I don't
You
know.
might.
I guess, but they were comparing that to the Black Panthers, though, because they were saying they were more like like a militarist criminal group, that kind of thing, though. But I don't know. That was when I was younger, though, so I didn't really know too much about them, though. But I guess that's the closest, even for back then, I suppose, in my case. But
You're actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you're right, because the ones that I've been seeing about that's been really pro Hispanics mistaking a race, those are most of those guys were former gang members. Now that I'm thinking about it, so
Mhm.
you're actually right. Now that I think about it, so yeah, I don't like, yeah, like what. But I'll just say this: what ends up happening is, particularly with the man, a lot of black manosphere creators, a lot of them used to be former pro blacks, and it didn't really work out for them in the dating space because they thought it was a good dating strategy. But then once they found out that black women were actually lusting more over white men than them, it kind of hurt them. They won't admit this, but it hurt them. It hurt them. So now they're like in the manosphere space, and they're, and you know what I mean.
Oh.
And I understand. I understand. I guess the pain of that, but if you're letting me personally, if you're letting women dictate that kind of stuff, I don't think you can be trusted. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of
Well, I guess
how
they're probably gonna chalk it up on like well, it's they'll probably say, well, it's my decision, and freedom of choice, and all this other stuff. But it's more like I don't know. To me, you go by what you like. See, for me personally, I don't care, because I've been with all types of women. To me, it doesn't matter. Women they have the same equipment. They're just different shades. So that's from my experience. So, but that was just me, experimenting what I like. That was me. If women do it though, they do it for whatever personal reason it is. Maybe they want to see if they like that. Maybe they prefer that. I don't know. I guess it depends. It depends on the individual, I suppose, and what they like.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
guys.
shout out to
Guys,
AJ, real quick.
Uh-oh. The gang's all here. Uh-oh.
What did I just walk into over here?
Yeah. Hey, Chris. Chris. Why is it that whenever some subject comes up, AJ shows up? Why is that?
I know nothing. No habla.
Man.
I was just jumping on you guys to see what's going on. Show Chris some support, man. You know what I'm saying? Chris has been holding it down. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, all the work you do, Chris. I really, really do, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and I also like the fact that you still got the avatar picture there with homeboys in court right now.
Yeah. People always seem to like it.
I think I caught part of the conversation. You're talking about like dating preferences and being pro-black and stuff, or what? I missed the.
Oh yeah, we're basically. I was saying that a lot of pro-blacks, they won't admit this, but a lot of the new Black Manosphere members, they were former pro-blacks because dating for them being a pro-black didn't work, so they kind of found out what that was like. And I was just talking about like how a lot of self-proclaimed pro-blacks right now, they're only pro-blacks now because being pro-white didn't work for them in real life. So they're now like pro-blacks, like aggressive pro-blacks. That's because they couldn't really fit in with the regular world. That's just my opinion.
What happened was that once again, guys, in the last 5 years, they're starting to understand that you can never be woke enough, right? So you're trying to cater to the audience that's always trying to play gotcha all the time. If you try and cater to B-dubs, right? You're something's gonna happen. They can misconstrue one sentence you say wrong. You can like the wrong tweet. You can get a picture taken with a white girl who might be like your sister's, brother's, uncle's, cousin's best friend, and you're toast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the B-dubs are the ultimate. You give an inch and they'll take the whole stadium. So these pro-blacks, there is no such thing as pro-black enough if you're focusing on B-dubs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what's the point? It's a losing game. And here's the thing too, is now I honestly think that a lot of these B-dubs now are all about being lesbians and all this other stuff. So like a lot of guys used to be pro-black so that they could be like that knucklehead brother polite. You know what I'm saying? And be smashing like 18 304s at the same time. Well, now all these chicks are all trying to be lesbians or just not even trying to give the nay away anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hello.
And there's no point. So
that's why there's a lot of black, particularly black men. Oh yeah, Rocky, I hear you. So that's why there's a lot of black men that are joining this space. A lot of them are former pro-blacks, or they kind of tried that, and then they just realized that's just a losing game. So shout out to Rocky.
It is.
The thing about the Black Manosphere,
Man, I done tried it, man. Like they do not give a fuck about pro-black shit. I'm like, god damn, like I'm saying, I come from a black woman. Like, what the fuck is this shit, man? Y'all don't care. Y'all do not care at all.
But the whole premise of that was, you was carried by a black woman. I didn't ask to be born. So they want credit for stuff that like their body's naturally meant to give birth, and they already want to act like they're Jesus for being able to carry kids when they baby delete, most of them anyways. You know what I'm saying? Well, what I am saying is you cannot bow down to a group of people that's never happy and that views you with contempt and disrespect anyways. So when I started my channel,
Bro, but 20 fucking million, 20 million kids, man, have been aborted. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but 20 million kids, black children, have been aborted since Roe versus Wade. Man, what? 20 million?
Yeah.
And then the bitches out here lying, talking about
every day every few minutes, 4 black men are getting killed. No, the fuck, we're not. We are not killing y'all. We are not doing that to y'all.
Well, we've been
Shit, most
15.5%
black men don't even have
population
kids,
for 50 years. Think about
bro.
that.
Mo,
Our population hasn't grown. The only thing keeping our population stable as black people is immigration from Africa and the islands. So if you think about it, black Americans, we're actually getting phased out. Think about that. Because Africans and Caribbeans don't baby delete, right? So every year there's less and less of us and more, I mean, hey, Pyro, no offense. You know what I'm saying? To the Jamaicans, you know?
mama,
Bumba clot.
no, the Puerto Ricans is cool. The Puerto Ricans is cool. My father's from New Jersey, South Nyack. His oldest brother had a kid with a Puerto Rican chick. Yeah, now y'all cool. I fucks with y'all, man. Y'all cool.
But what's crazy now is
Cool,
you
cool.
see in New York, I think that's one of the things about, we talk about the migrants, Angel. You see
Yep.
Puerto Ricans pissed off. You see blacks pissed off. You see
Yes.
everyone angry at these migrants, man. These Puerto Ricans
Yep.
are looking at the blacks and saying, "Look, yo, like, we all got a common, I don't want to use the word enemy, but a common problem over here."
We
You
got a
know what I'm
common
saying?
Break it up.
problem. Yep. Yep.
It's true. But this pro black thing, I had started my channel to be like more black manosphere, and then I actually realized, yo, like all of us men got problems. You know, it don't matter if you're a rich white boy or a poor or whatever. You can end up in divorce court, family court. You know what I'm saying? You could end up a false accusation. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
a lot of black manosphere guys end up into the main manosphere space because the one thing, and y'all can agree with me, let me know, black manosphere dudes, a lot of them let these B dubs in the space and they ruin things.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen a
Yeah.
panel where you got 5 or 6 black men, maybe like a white dude or a Hispanic dude on there? They have two B dubs on there. When all the men are on the same page, one of them starts causing chaos. Oh, Chris, you dick riding on Rocky. Pyro man, what you gonna? It's like they want to see us fight, and
Yeah.
that's why
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Divide and conquer. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, man, I'm about it. This pro black thing, if it's pro black male or pro male, I'm all for it. But once these B dubs, man, they just want to destroy. They want to destroy, and they want to blame everyone else but themselves. I don't know how you can big up a group of people who can't be held accountable for anything at all. At
Yeah.
all.
That's true. That's
It
true.
just
Bro,
doesn't
I
make
swear to God, man. Like I went to blackdemographics.com, right?
yeah,
When
yep.
I found out that most black men in breeding ages, I'm talking about from like 18 to like
18 to
40,
44.
most
Yeah.
black men don't even have children. I
Yep.
was like, wait a minute. Y'all been lying about us this whole time?
Yep.
Y'all keep saying black men don't take kids. What the fuck? Most of us ain't got kids. What the
Right.
fuck is this shit?
Did you
Man,
ever
I
go
swear to God, that
on
shit blew my
Clubhouse
fucking head off, man.
back in the day? Did you ever go in Clubhouse
Oh,
back in the cough cough?
oh,
And it's
club,
all these B dubs in all
uh,
these rooms just hating on us black men. Man, it was crazy. It
bro,
was isn't
bro,
it the way
just
that
shitting on a black man. I'm like, what the
yeah,
fuck?
and the way that they
And
would
me,
talk about us
like
black
now
men,
I
yo,
listen, like
it was
having
like
listen. I'm sorry to cut you off, man, but listening to you, Chris, Mike, what BGS, Black Council Speaks, Jet Black. Listen to you guys. Like I swear to God, man. Like my relationship with my father, so much better. It's like, damn, I understand now, man. I understand. Like I know he told me a couple of weeks ago. Excuse me, a couple of months ago. He was like, "Yeah, I was under a lot of pressure raising you and like my twin sister." I was like, "Damn." Now, like I understand. I understand the pressure you was under. The motherfuckers be out here lying about us, bro. I hate this shit, man.
yeah, and it's crazy
I fucking hate it. Excuse my
because
Oh,
language,
I
man.
want to
if you
say,
were to go
I'm
to
glad
these
I'm glad to
rooms
hear that, Rocky.
in Clubhouse and you actually hear what these B dubs say about us, if you were to take their voice and put it in like an old racist white man, it would be the same. because you can even point out
Wow.
facts about positive facts about us black men, and then it's don't. I don't believe that. So you're quicker to believe the mainstream media, all these knuckleheads talking trash about us, than actually going looking at the data themselves. And that just goes. But here's the thing, and I say this on my channel all the time, guys. People say, "Hey, I'm white, or I'm Asian, or I'm Hispanic. What do I care about what black men are going through? Because we're the canary in the coal mine. Anything that happens to us first, this is happening to them
Yeah.
next. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's right.
Yeah,
Yep, that's
we're
right.
about 10 to 15 years ahead in the ethnicist downfall than white dudes. But now you see it, man. All these white dudes are getting it too. You know, Hispanic dudes, Asian dudes. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Yeah.
yeah, don't fall
But yeah,
for it,
that
guys. Don't fall
yeah.
for it. You know, and as far as like this whole pro black and dating thing, man, yo, like it's sad that you see that a lot of B dubs have always tried to say, "Oh, you should just date me because we're black." I'm like, we ain't got nothing in common. You know what I'm saying? Like even
Is he
just in
breaking up?
media, huh? Hello, y'all can hear me, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Huh?
I think you're breaking up.
Oh, hold on. That's why.
I hear
Let
you.
me do this. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
that
you.
was my settings. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you gotta date people based on interest. Remember BGS Ibmore? He always said that his brother married an Asian and he married a black woman, and he would always compare his life and his brother's life and realize how much easier of a time his brother had than him. You know what I'm saying? So like us
Oh,
black men, we're
yeah,
looking
yeah.
at all the crap that we got to deal with that other groups of men don't got to, because all of us men were on a track and we're running a race against each other.
He
Asian
did a
men,
video.
Hispanic men, they got their women putting icy hot on their knees, giving them
Bro,
water. Black men
BGS did a video. He used
yeah,
to talk. He did a video about Rampage Jackson. Rampage Jackson, the
Jackson,
MMA
yeah,
fighter,
yeah,
and
Mm-hmm.
like he was like, yeah, and like he made a chick. I don't know where she's from. I think she's from like Asia or some shit. But
Japanese,
yeah, he married her. And, she was like, "You want some drink?" And he said he was chilling with his mom or some shit or sister or some bullshit, and she went up and grabbed him a drink, and she was like, and like his mom's or whatever was like, "Why are you getting up? Why are you getting up here and giving him a drink? Why you running across to the kitchen?" And he was like, "See, ma, this is why you think I ain't marrying no black woman, goddamn it, because of that bullshit." I was like, "Wow, yeah, he's right, he's right,
yeah. He
man.
said he lost.
Man, I ain't got no time for no bullshit, bro. Like,
Yeah, he
nah,
said
man,
he lost
nah,
one of the
man."
biggest fights of his career because he has his podcast, and the lady that he ended up marrying, he lost the biggest fight of his career, and she's like, "I know what'll make you feel better," and and gave him brain in the locker room right there after the end of the fight.
They gave him brain.
Oh,
He's like,
Wow.
and it did make me feel better.
Wow.
bro, I
Now
remember
that's a woman right
a
there.
couple of years ago, um, a couple of years ago, my father, his second wife's from Egypt, right? Arab woman. You know what I'm saying? You know, typical like Arabic chick. You saying light skin hair, and like my father told me, listen, because like he actually told me like my sister and my cousin like they would like be talking shit behind my her back, whatever. Now, mind you, this woman gave my youngest sister, right? And he was like, yeah, they be hating on her because she got straight hair, she's light skinned. And bro, I didn't want to believe it at first.
Oh, Rocky.
Hello.
I think we lost Rocky, right?
Yeah, I think he might have. I think but he was saying how he couldn't believe it when he said, "Oh, they were just hating on her because she had straight hair. She was light skinned."
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it can be as superficial as that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's just so. Yeah. I'll say this. The community we need. We do need a whole like massive therapy session because it's a lot of stuff that happens. Even I remember Rocky earlier. He said, because of our channels, I finally had a different level of sympathy for my father. You know what I mean? So I was happy that I heard that. Oh, Rocky's right back here. Here we go, bro.
Oh shit, my bad, man. But yeah, like my father, he told me, he's like, look, it's because she got light skin and straight hair, and they want that. Like the myth of white womanhood. PGS talks about this a lot, and like I didn't want to believe it at first, man. I'm like, hey, man, come on now, it can't be. It can't be that. But it is. It's like, like here I am, a black man. It's like, just be you. You know what I'm saying? Like, just wear your natural hair.
But the
As a
craziest
black man, we have our mother. I have my mother's hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, come on, man.
But it's not about, the thing is, it actually isn't about hair and skin tone. Because here's the thing, I would say 304s are dumb, but they're not stupid, right? They have this whole egalitarian, we're all equal. But us guys know, in your group of friends, you guys know who the handsome one is, you know who the buff one is, you know who the rich one is, we have a hierarchy. Girls cannot admit that their friend is prettier than them. So they'll say, "Oh, she's light skinned. Oh, she has good hair." As if us guys care about skin. Fine is fine.
Right.
I've seen dark skinned
You
fine.
don't like me because I'm a dark skin.
Yeah.
Please. That's what blow my fucking head off, man. Like I'm like they'll talk about colorism. Like, wait a minute, hold on. Most black women have children, but most black men don't. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? What do you mean? Of all skin tones, most dark skinned black women, light skinned black, they all got kids. Like, what the fuck?
A lot more black women have the high five and herp dirt than black men too. A lot more of them got those permanent STDs too than us men too. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to talk about that. I live in the DMV here.
No,
53%, 1 and 2 B-dubs has the
wait,
herp
you're
dirt.
from the DMV? I'm from the DMV.
Well, no, I'm not from here.
I'm from PG County.
Okay,
I'm
not from here. I just live here. So, but yeah, I'm
from
down
Fort Washington.
south soon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
I live down south right now. And then, man, this is pissing me off, man. Like, man, we can't catch a break out here, man.
Hey, it's better than woke Washington State, where I'm from. The whole West Coast woke and full of crime and junkies can fall off into the ocean at this point.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Oregon, Seattle. Yeah, I went to Seattle back maybe about 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's what
my father took us all, took the whole family to Seattle. Beautiful place. We went to the what is that? The aquarium. Guys, Pike's Place. Yep. Pike's Place. They're a beautiful place.
Not anymore, it ain't. Now you got junkies and friggin' homeless and poop everywhere. It's crazy. That's why Angel left New York, right, Angel?
Yeah, I left New York. Let me tell you something. I left there and I never looked back, though, man. As far as I'm concerned, it could go by the way of Atlantis. For all I fucking care, though, man. Because
let that shit sink right in the fucking ocean, man.
Going around the ocean, though. I don't care, man. I mean, I you know what? I was gonna change my name to Angel Pliskin, though, man. I escaped from New York. I left, man. I left. I never looked. I swear to God, I never looked back, man.
Hey! What did I teach you? You are the Duke of New York. You're the number one. Say it again loud.
Yeah. The movie,
You are the Duke of New York. You're the number one.
Yep.
I was seeing that movie for the first time. I was like, yo, let's go.
Yeah, man. I'm not even playing. I don't even mess around B-dubs anymore. My girl's Korean, you know what I'm saying? And she's cool, you know what I'm saying? But she'll just make Korean food, make barbecue, you know what I'm saying? Come over, I'll have a plate. I'm like, oh snap, what's up? You know what I'm saying? I got no issues, none at all. And these dudes that are just dealing with
when I was up.
Keep going.
No, keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry, man.
I was gonna say these dudes, because look, I'm 43, so Gen X, we were the last black men to be raised. You have to date black. These Gen Z and these millennial brothers, they are not playing with these B-dubs anymore.
They don't give a fuck, man. Oh man, what? Are you fucking kidding me? It's a wide open world out here. What are you talking about, man? What? Nah, I'm gonna find me a woman who loves me. I don't give a fuck. I will take my ass to fucking Scandinavia right now. Stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying?
He's Jurgen.
When I was in that, bro,
he's out there. Yo, Rocky's talking like the chef from the Muppets. Bork.
Yeah. I swear to God. Bitch, stop playing with me.
Swedish chef.
Stop playing with me. I take my ass overseas.
Yeah.
I take my ass overseas real quick, bro. I'm a veteran, right? I was in the Air Force about this 2024 about 20 years ago. After I graduated high school, I enlisted in the Air Force, right? I went to Japan, bro. Oh my God! You ever watch like Dragon Ball Z or like animes and like they be having like it'd be a whole table, a long ass table full of food. And they be eating that shit, bro. I mean, they don't fuck around out there, man. I'm telling you, them girls take care of the men. Like, bitch, I'll take my ass overseas. Stop playing.
Yeah, there's a guy who calls into my
overseas.
There's a guy on my channel, Dan. He's retired Marines officer. He's black. He lives in Thailand. He retired there. He lives there full time. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Smash
Yeah.
all types of booty, man. Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And what's crazy? Yo. He said, Dan, if you're out there, man, what's up, homie? He said, the best day of his life because his ex-wife divorced him, so she gets half his pension, right? But she left him for Pookie, for Nug, for hood dude with no job. He found out through his wife's cousin that homeboy gave his wife the herp derp.
Oh wow, man.
That she got.
Hey, look. And the pussy was good too. Oh, man! I swear to God, I will leave this motherfucking country so fucking fast. Give me the fuck up. Either you do what the fuck I say, or I'm out of here. I'm tired of this shit. Gonna talk to black man. Come on, man.
Yeah, there's a video that I just saw. Did you guys see O'Shea had the video where the guy was like trying to talk to the single mom about her kids and she's cussing him out on TikTok?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, that video is going viral. Yo, she's like, man, you ain't be saying nothing to my kids and nah. It's like, why are you even there?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're already at a disadvantage. You literally have nothing of value right now. So you don't really have anything better to say right now.
I don't understand it, man. I don't. Why you trying to ice skate uphill? Like Wesley Snipes said in Blade. It's always someone trying to ice skate uphill, man. I ain't doing it. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Do all this mess they get. And when the craziest part that I've seen, I don't think I've told you guys this, but one of my dad's military buddies, he was like the captain of an aircraft carrier, so he was like in charge of so he was on the fast track to be an admiral. One of the, and his woman was getting into it with all the officers' wives, so they passed him up. All because his wife, he's black, she's black, couldn't keep her mouth shut. You know what I'm saying?
Mentioned it. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, you told that one.
Man.
Yeah. That's terrible, though, man.
Yep.
That's why you gotta get yourself a good woman, because a good woman is supposed to make a man always makes a man look good. Always,
look
always.
good.
That's the purpose of a woman, though. Always.
But we lost that, man. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Now, you would think that out of everything that these chicks do, having kids, having healthy kids, it would be the one thing that they would want to try and do well. But now, guys, do you see how all these chicks that we see now, they say, oh, my kid's on the spectrum, and it's because they're all waiting so long to have kids. They aren't taking care of themselves. You know what I'm saying? So now all these kids are all, nah! You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. They can't even do that right. So, I don't know, man. We'll have to walk away. I said, men minding their own business, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't having no kids. Not doing it. And once enough men finally walk away, they'll finally learn their lesson. You know? So
hopefully if that's the case.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm not gonna lie though. I don't think it's a matter of learning a lesson because women are not necessarily gonna admit that they're wrong. It's just hopefully they're just gonna fall in line. So it's never a matter of, people always say, oh, what happens if we didn't have no fault divorce or we didn't have any child support? Well, women would just act right. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a matter of, oh, we were wrong for doing this. They would just change their act and then they would just act accordingly. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
In terms
We
of
see it
men,
now.
in terms of men walking away, I don't even think they're gonna even allow us to do it. I'm starting to think because now they're making it because that's how I made the show because I was showing earlier how they made the MGTOW movement basically in a level of extremism.
Yeah.
man.
The Southern Poverty Law Center lists MGTOW as a hate group or whatever. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and you would think that as feminists and stuff, if those types of men don't want to talk to you, isn't that a good thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what they've been wanting all this time, though. Now all of a sudden, now we're a bunch of separatists, militarists, the kind of thing. That's ridiculous, though, man.
Yep.
I mean, Chris had that thing in which we was looking at MGTOW, and they were saying that MGTOW is like a separatist group. I said, what?
Yeah.
But you would think that would be a good thing for them. Yo, if anyone doesn't like me because of any trait of mine, dude, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? What am I gonna try and force people to want to try and talk to me? Why? Such a
remember
woman
what
thing.
they said. Remember what they said about us men, like women don't owe us anything, even if we're good, even if we're making money. Women don't owe us anything, so we don't owe them anything either. It goes both ways.
At all. I don't know. We don't owe them shit. Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yep.
No harder is it just to survive as a man. You know what I'm saying? No harder shit is.
You guys? What's
Then
sad?
I gotta deal with you.
Yo, Rocky, there's a guy that I know. He's from Hyattsville, around here. You know what I'm saying? And
Maryland, Hyattsville, Maryland.
Yeah,
Maryland.
I call him the Black Mountain Man because this bro he would always go to like the mountain. He's from PG County, right? But he lived.
I'm from PG County. Yep, I'm from Fort Washington.
But he would always go out like kayaking and. He was doing all the outdoor, like he's a mountain man.
The shit that you would think white dudes were doing.
Yeah.
They don't ever.
But here's the thing: he only dated hood chicks, and I remember this one chick almost hit him with the car, and also, well, he moved to Seattle and he dated his first white girl, and he couldn't believe it. He said their third date, right? Because they were kayaking or whatever, so she knew to kayak to this spot where there was this path, and then she packed a picnic. They walked up to this little mountain hilltop. She made the food, gave him head, and then they went home. He was like, "What?"
he ain't know what to do.
He couldn't believe it.
He was like, "I'm not used to this." I know. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
As a guy who being from Washington State, there was only 33 black kids in my whole high school. So me being one of the only black men there, all my exes are all either Asian, white, Samoan, you know what I mean, or whatever. So that's why when I moved to other parts of the country, right, and I would see like I've always dated outside. I don't even consider like interracial dating a thing because there just wasn't a lot of black girls where I grew up. You know what I'm saying? So I would see what like my other black male coworkers were dealing with. I'm like, how you dealing with this? Or you don't know? That's never happened to me because I've only dated like three or four B-dubs in my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't mess with them. I don't deal with drama. I don't.
At all, man. I do not like drama, bro. Keep that shit the fuck away from me, man.
Yep. And that's not too much to ask. Because you know what? Asian
It
men,
ain't.
Middle Eastern men,
Ugh.
Islander men, they don't deal with it. They don't.
Yep,
They
no.
don't deal with it at
No.
all. I'd like to see someone try and ask a Middle Eastern man or a Chinese man to deal with a single mom, a loud mouth. They would laugh. Matter of fact, guys, there are these two young guys in my gym. They're both Korean dudes.
Leftover women.
Yeah.
Ain't that what they call them in China? Leftover women.
I've known both these young guys since they're in high school, and now they're both done with college. And I asked them, and they're both like, I think they're Koreans. And I asked them, would you guys ever date a single mom? And they laughed at me. They act like I said something like Chappelle or something. They were laughing because the idea of their culture dating a woman that has a bastard kid is clown world to them. They're like, are you serious? But us black men, we are 4 times more likely to have stepchildren than any other men. Meaning, married black men are 4 times more likely to have stepkids.
Wow. And those are not your kids either. Now you got to raise somebody else's kids. That's wrong.
Yeah.
All right, Chris,
we deserve so much better, man.
But hey, all right, Chris, I got a jet, man. I appreciate you and keep up the good work, man.
Oh, man, you too, man. Thank you, AJ.
All right, buddy. Take it easy.
You too,
see you
man,
soon,
bro.
AJ.
Yep.
So now, even including here, I've hit the 5-hour mark. I hit the 5-hour mark. I went.
You were supposed to be that long.
I went 1 hour over that I thought. So, but like I said, that's it's still worth it in my opinion. And
because you have a pretty good show. That's why.
Yeah, that's
very good.
You know what's interesting? There are like, I don't know. Have you seen this guy? I like this guy a lot. I could tell we would have been like best friends. Pause. But like his account name is Ronald Wichita. Have you seen him in the comments, Pyro, or anybody else? Like,
No, I haven't seen him. I came an hour late.
oh yeah, but like I remember
no.
He's I see him in the comments sometimes. He says that he actually likes, and him and a couple other people, they like the really long ones that we do. And I'd be shocked, but yeah, but people really like the long hour formatted pods because people be going to work, people be at their job, and then you just put the stuff in the earbuds and then they just listen, and it helps the workday go by. You know what I mean? So this is yeah. I'd be thinking like, damn, I'm going too long, but apparently people actually want it a certain way. Even the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant one that I did, that was like 4 hours long. People were like, yeah, this was good. This is this is how long I wanted it. Pause. But it's just like this is what people want. So this is good. And I did want to make a point too, because I wanted to bring up the incels. I never on this channel, I don't even shy away from talking about the incels because they're a group that is kind of easily hated on and people just kind of like kick on them while they're down. I just find it interesting that we have to focus in on a group that's not even part of the game. This is what kills me. So here you have a group of people involuntarily celibates. This means these are people that can't get laid, in short, right? They want to, but they can't. Hence the term involuntarily, right? Even though I have my opinions on that as well. But here you have a group of people that are not even part of the dating game, but you're blaming them for where the dating game is, even though they're not a part of it. That has never made sense to me, But it
Yeah.
just goes to show you, if you're just a man that's just like, if you're not quote unquote playing the game, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
You know,
If you're a man who has his own opinion, and all of a sudden, oh, you got to be some type of incel. And you know how many times I've been arguing with these bitches on like Facebook? You, you're an incel. Like, that's the best you got. Everything I'm saying is the truth, bitch. Don't you ever come at me like man, bro, man,
oh yeah, Rocky. I would advise you on not arguing with 304s on Facebook. Just me
yeah,
personally is just
I'm thinking about done. I'm just about done because like it just be popping up. You know what I'm saying? In my feed. Like,
oh no,
I don't even log in like that no more.
I get you, but like that, I will say I don't like particularly Facebook. I don't even do that. That is norm. That is norm. That's what we call normie land, normie book. That's
Yeah,
what might as
yeah,
well
it
just
is.
call it. We might as well call it normie book. All right, you just
It
let you
is.
just
It
let
is.
just let
Normal
them
book.
enjoy their
Their
whatever,
delusion.
yeah, just let them, Barrio is Jesus Christ, and and just let them believe that. Just let them believe that. I leave Facebook alone because I already know that's a waste of my time. You're
Speaking of which,
definitely gonna be
you mentioned Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I think what was his name? I think I don't know. Remember his name? I don't think he's here. I think he's here. He said, "Proverbs is a very good book." I'm like, I grew up as a Muslim, right? My father converted to Islam in 1990. Like, yeah, man, Proverbs is a good book. I'm always saying this because you brought up Jesus, but like, yeah, there must be like that. Proverbs, very good book, and so is the Quran. It is a very good book, man. Y'all should read that shit, especially the Circle Seven, Holy Quran with the Moors, the Moorish Americans. Read that shit. I'm done.
But yeah, man. Like I said, I hit the 5 hour mark. Anybody got any last word? I got the reason why, because look, hey man, I got wait, hold on. What in the hell? Sorry, I just got some, people texting me. I had to fix some things. I had to fix some things on the
Be
downtime.
careful.
Yeah, anybody's any guys got some last words? What we heard from the topic? Anybody from the list?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm about to chill out.
No, I think we're gonna have to
I'm
cut
finna
this
drink
short,
this
or else
hard.
it's gonna be the
Wait,
8 hour
wait, wait,
mark.
wait, 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 guys. One at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's start with Angel. Let's start with Angel.
I'm gonna cut this short though, because if not, I'm gonna be reaching the 8 hour mark though. So I think we should end it.
Angel, I think it was you. You said that Proverbs was a good book. You're right, man. It really is. It really is.
It is. I mean, well, I think that's one of. I read the Bible at times, and I look at it more
Mhm.
often than any other book. So I kind of like that. I kind of like that book. The book of
Yeah.
Proverbs is good.
Oh shoot, guys! I gotta interrupt this. Carlos X sent me a $5 super sticker. I gotta hit him up with the sound bite. You already
Uh-oh.
know. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find DJ Khaled saying the N word. I love it. Hold on, here we go. Man, shout out. Shout out to Carlos X. Oh, and Garrett Grant with a super stick. Man, thank you guys, man. I
Another one.
appreciate that.
I think we're gonna be
Another
hitting
one.
the 8 hour mark.
Man.
Wow.
Man, I low key miss it when Cash Money was running things. Even to a lesser extent Rick Ross and these people. I miss the mid 2000s rap. I miss it, man. Those guys are cool. At just off face value, when I was a young kid. Oh, it was a $5 super chat. Sorry, man. Shout out to you, Garrett, with the $5 super chat. I don't know why my eyes were playing tricks on me. So Carlos X with the super sticker for $5, Garrett Grant with the $5, man. Thank you guys so much. Just one more time. One more time. Sorry, man. I love that song. Anyway, sorry, Angel. Continue on. I had to give them
No,
their
that was it though. That's it though.
Yeah.
shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, Angel. Thank you for joining in. Rocky, you want to go
No
next?
problem.
Anytime, brother.
Oh, that's it. Oh, well, Rocky, you got anything else to say or not? Just
I think that's it. I think and then we didn't you don't covered everything. I was listening to. I was at work and then and finished out and took my ass home. That's it, man. You know what I'm saying?
man, shout out to you, man. Thank you for joining the panel. I always be seeing you in the
Anytime,
comments,
brother.
man.
Anytime, brother.
You know, this is and I'm happy that you said. Well, I didn't know that you said that you were listening to a lot of our content or just people in the space.
Yeah.
And you were able to
Mhm.
have a sympathy towards your father. That's that's
Yeah,
powerful.
man. I love my
Because
pops, man. I do. I love him, man.
it's just it's unfortunate because a lot of times a lot of us young men have been lied to, and I
Yep.
always say it's better late than never, because eventually we're gonna learn.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, man. 'Cause I'm in my late 30s and well just barely past my mid 30s and like yeah, it's like I was talking to my pops. I was listening to him talk. I was like, damn, man, I understand. I understand now. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my god, man. Like, I love my pops, man.
yeah, same. Same here. I'll say in my case, I had to give my, I don't like to talk about my family members because I don't want people to connect the dots, because I've said a lot of information on the show, but shout out to my dad.
Mhm.
I'm talking about a lot of, particularly dads, just in general, they sacrifice a lot, especially the ones that stayed, or even if they didn't stay, even the ones that didn't stay, they sacrificed a lot more than we thought. So there's I'll say this: there's a lot of dads that stayed, and even and they knew that the kid wasn't theirs, and they still stayed. You know what I mean? And those people don't get talked about at all. And I know a lot of those guys. You know what I mean? So th- we really should have. We don't even really should have like a Father's Day. We should have like a Father's Month. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, it is
Mhm.
what it is. Pyro with the last words, man. What you got for me, man?
Oh yeah. By the way, Chris, sorry to tell you late about the FN and space bar. I would have
Oh,
told you
yo,
earlier.
thank you, bro. Oh man, yo, Pyro basically helped my life out, because I just thought that my laptop just didn't have the light up keys function. So I would do, like, there was a lot of times I'd be typing when I'd be doing these live streams, and I'd be just typing blind, like for real, just typing blind, and I'd be like messing up. I'll be trying to spell ask, and I can't even spell ask at night.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Pyro hit me up with that function, the FN, and then you hit the space bar, and now I understand what that, like, the FN. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. FN stands for function, right?
Yes.
Right, and then the space bar. Actually, there's a thing on the space bar which shows an icon, the sun,
Yes.
whatever. And I just
That's
never put
that
two.
means
I just
like
never. Yeah, I just never put two and two together. I was just like, it just doesn't. It doesn't work. I guess it just doesn't work. So thank you, Pyro, for that, man. Thank you, bro.
yes. No problem, man. And then again, the list you bring up with all these content creators, especially the ones who we don't consider as RP. They just have all the information wrong. They just whip everything together and just say, yep, these guys are supremacists, especially the one the so-called male separatist group. They're trying to keep us down, even though we're trying to like leave everybody alone and just keep to ourselves. They they,
Fact.
they just really hate that.
It almost reminds us, like, like, even, I know it's kind of narcissistic to think about it, but it reminds me of me when I've ever since working at Home Depot, and then I've worked everywhere else, I've just decided I don't initiate talking with women at my jobs. That's what I do.
Yeah.
And it's just it's almost like I get the most chick for it. It's like I get the most chick, and what they say is you don't talk to nobody. No, I just don't talk to the broads here. But I just don't want to say that. But it's interesting. Like just do this experiment. Don't initiate no talking with none of the broads at your job. You might lose your job. That's how crazy. That's how deep this rabbit hole goes. So when you talk about MGTOW and these people, even even the incels, right? Even whatever, for them to consider these people extremist group, even though we just want to like, even though the people that are associated with that group, they just want to go their way. They don't want to bother. They just want to go their way. But it's
Exactly.
considered a terrorist act.
Oh,
You
Yes.
have
oh man.
you have the Sandman MGTOW picture cover, you know, the one of Uncle Sam and the chick in the middle of it.
Yes.
You have
Mm-hmm.
his picture, and then you open up the binder of the extremists, and he's next to guys that probably have killed and raped kids and did things to women and done genocides. And then next to that list of the terrorists, it's Steph is cold. It's Steph is it's like it's crazy. It's crazy to me, but you know, that is the world that we living in. So we have to be careful. We can't, like I said, speaking of Rocky again, I always say this when it comes to the normies, don't talk about this stuff with the normies. In my opinion, I've made that mistake already in terms of in 2017 when I was more of I call myself a RP evangelist when I was in 2017, 2018, particularly 2018, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't talk about this stuff with the normies. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? If some dudes want to talk to you about, yo, my girl is doing this to me, blah blah blah, just give them a little bit of advice and then just keep it pushing, because
Yes.
this is heavy information, and at the end of the day, you just got to let men go on their own journey and just
Thank you. Exactly.
it'll happen naturally, in my opinion. Because for me, it was just me going to college for 1 year. That's all it took. And I was I would say, in my opinion, I was more left leaning coming into college. I left college like damn near I'm not gonna say conservative, but very right leaning. You know what I mean? Just seeing what I saw.
Yeah.
So everything will happen naturally. So that's why I would say forget them people on Facebook, because they're just gonna drive you crazy. I don't want you to end up like Kevin Samuels. You know what I mean? Kevin
Yeah.
Samuels died of stress. That's my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
So
I
don't
think so.
argue with the normies. They're gone. You know what I mean? That will be
Yeah.
that's my advice to everybody. But yeah,
You
man,
don't try
shout
to
out
be
to
that. You don't try to be that guy on the meme. Like, if you remember that meme I send you, like this anime dude put his hand on the other guy's shoulder, like he's trying to tell him the full truth.
yeah, I love that meme. I love that meme. I love that format, man. When he just showed that he just got the hand on the shoulder and it's just him just smiling at. I love that meme
Yeah.
so much. Do you know how many dudes I had to do that to? Pause. It's like, do you know how many dudes I had to be like, man, your girl, man, what you thought was your girl, and it's not even me being giddy about it. It's just like, oh, man, you just don't know. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm gonna have to do that to one of my old bros real soon. You know, it is what it is.
Hmm. Yes.
So, man, yes. So, shout out to you guys, man. Thank you for joining in. I went 1 hour overtime, but it's all good. It's all good. I got plans for that. But man, thank you guys for joining in. Thank you, Carlos X Garrett, for the super sticker, this super chat / super sticker. You know what I mean? Thank you guys for that. Everybody else, educated Tyrone, uh, hit me up in the DMs. I have more questions about other things that I got to make sure I don't forget. But thank you, man. Carlos X, Garrett Grant, anybody of the War Band, you already know. You guys are always welcome. Young Doka, if he tuned in, if I forgot, shout out to you. Educated Tyrone, Pyro.
Yeah.
And who else did I miss? Truth Hunter, the usual suspects. You know what I mean? Everybody else. I saw some new people in the chat that was going in earlier. Thank you guys for tuning. I just forgot your names, but man, thank you guys. Angel, Pyro,
Yes, sir.
Rocky. Thank you guys, man. I appreciate you guys coming on.
Anytime.
It actually
Yes,
makes
yes,
the
my friend.
show like full. You know what I mean? But man, thank you guys. I'm going to sign off on this. Stay safe. I'm gonna leave it off of this. The migrant crisis, it's all manufactured. They did this
Yeah.
on purpose.
Yes.
They did this on purpose. I want you guys to look up how much oil Venezuela has, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
they do.
let's leave it at that. I'm gonna pass it off, man. Thank you guys for tuning in, man.
All right.
Pass
All
out.
right. Have a good night, everyone. Take care.
Peace
Yeah,
out,
you
guys.
too, guys. You too.